Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 11th of June, 2022. I am Bezic, and tonight I am joined by Discordia.
I mean tonight.
Well, every night.
The night.
It's
2 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's
Got me
almost
out of bed
midnight.
for this.
Okay, so we've got the whiny Scottish lady. Then we have Bleach Demon.
I don't want to be here. Why? I'm being held hostage.
We've just told him about all the chipper stories.
Yes,
I'm not very chipper now.
And well, that's okay. Nothing warms the heart like seeing pedos yelling feet first. And Boat Chef will be here later, but at the moment he's late and gay.
And I thought he was off the boat. Gee.
Yeah, he doesn't even have that excuse. Dear. So, chat's been busy before the stream even started today. What do we got? We've got Callum Dayton, who rocked up an hour early to like and comment. Prime Knight, Ardent Party, who said, "Morning all, just getting cleaned up for my live stream, so I'll be in lag mode for the first part. Can you guys ask the Sultans not to black pill too hard, because that's what mine's going to be too." Response from me, sorry?
I haven't even gotten white pills this week because the monkey has betrayed me.
Yes.
So if the monkey's done typical
white pills. We're just gonna do white pills.
Yeah, I do have a couple of white pills at the end.
What do you mean weekly? I forgot. I was like,
yeah.
Gotta spread his monkeypox somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Ardent Pie's like, lol, yeah, I figured it was too much to ask for. Callum Dayton's asked, so what levels of pedo day are we dealing with? My response, yes.
Prepare yourself for the full treatment.
Why, Disco? Why? Because you sent me half of these.
Yeah, because I find them, I'm like, for fuck's sake, Patrick, look at this bullshit. And he's like, squirrel. But if I don't send you them, you go, like, into my server or into Ape server, and you just pluck them out of there where I've posted them. So, I can't win.
So basically, no matter how you look at it, it's Disco's fault. Ah, dear, I'm kidding.
Sounds about right.
Yes. Zenchan popped in and said, "This feels like music that'll get me high." Excellent. The theme song working as intended.
It's a contact high, though.
Kyra says, "Hey, Disco, relationships with monkeys never ends well. It's fine as long as you don't fuck the monkey up the arse."
He is a betrayal monkey. Should be punished.
Mm-hmm. Very much the punishing.
And as such, instead, I will probably drag Bezic on for an Angel Bob stream.
Yes. Which shall be...
Unless
Speaking of
Trem
pain and suffering...
Unless Trem reappears, in which case we'll drag Trem onto Valheim.
Yes, we have missed the Boat Chef.
We have.
Oh.
Disco, it sounds like you have duct tape and zip ties in the back of your car.
What?
I mean...
Are you doing background noise?
No.
No.
Here's a kidnapping of the Boat Chef.
Oh. I mean, it would be better if he would just use his computer at his place. It would be kind of complicated to make him use, stream from my place.
Yes. He's a solid Boat Chef.
We'll just use shame until he complies.
Yes.
Well, I mean, isn't that what always happens?
Indeed. Speaking of people that should feel shame, it's International Rainbow Month of Pain and Suffering.
I feel like I should just find an anti-aircraft emplacement and just start shooting rainbows when they start appearing.
It's international, like, arbitrarily change your everything to a rainbow to virtual signal, man. Is
Yes,
what I'm here.
literally everything. For example, OBS did it for their fucking Discord icon.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in OBS's Discord, so...
I am, and it makes me sad. So, we'll just scroll through the ones that the Lotus Eaters had up, in case they missed any. And... Yep. Austin Show, a few days to Pride Month, and this dog won't leave me alone. Your month is coming, isn't it? The Lunar Archivist, all the different evil companies have decided to go rainbow.
Lovely. I did see something.
These are the only
E3, not E3. EA had squabbles with some employees over it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh dear. So I'm just seeing
Also,
if
Bessie,
yeah.
I have some shame. What is this light mode?
Oh yeah.
What is this light mode that you have done?
I blame the cookies. We will turn the light mode off because it is burning the eyeballs of the disco.
Yeah, it is. Like, I'm just like, could we remove light mode? Can we just take it out?
Oh dear.
There's that
If I had my
one.
way, and if I get access, I'm yeeting light mode. Just say it.
Oh dear. So
See, now I want to cause a movement of subscribers to just complain about there being a lack of light mode after that happens. Just say.
mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for your wrong opinion.
Oh dear. So I don't remember them bringing this one up, but the Alan Turing Institute has decided to go racial pride.
Oh, racial pride.
Yep, they have to throw in the racial pride and the trans pride, and screw those gay people, they don't matter anymore.
How many are doing the gay trans Ukrainian pride?
Wasn't there one that did it unironically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
there was one last year that did the pedo flag unironically, like they added that shit in,
Oh,
and it's
Jesus.
like that's the pedo colors right there.
Yes, no, you can't do that.
I mean, I'm glad that they show themselves in other ways than actually touching children, so that we can get the chipper ready. We can have the chipper just ready for them. Just like, would you like to step this way, sir?
Please step this way into
Our
the
children
chipper.
this way.
Mm-hmm.
Just go down through this small opening. No, don't worry about the whirring sounds. There's children on the other side, we swear.
Yes, they'd like that immensely, wouldn't they? The fucking pedophiles.
There might be a bit of a squeeze initially, but no, trust us.
Yes, trust us. Koros makes a good point. They are all pedo colours.
No, but
I'm
there's
not going
like
to
a
argue.
specific like map flag or something, and like one place last year, like they say they accidentally, but I doubt it.
Yeah, accidentally my
included
ass.
the map flag in their rainbow bullshit.
You don't
that's the pedo flag.
Well, it's nice of them to tell us. It's like why we shouldn't be banning the Nazi flag. It's really nice when the criminal scum literally fly their red flags for us to shoot at.
Exactly. They're telling us exactly who they are without shame. Cool. I can avoid these
Yep.
morons.
Why shouldn't we just believe them when they tell us exactly who we are, like the pedos who keep arguing for pedo shit?
Uh-huh.
And of course, the Met LGBT plus network, which is a thing that exists and totally shouldn't, because that's totally not favouring a political position. Thank you, police. They're supposed to be unbiased, you scumbags.
I mean, the Met helmet is starting to look like Uvalde police to me. Just saying.
The Met helmet. Oh, the rainbow Met helmet.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Of course, BMW UK went rainbow.
Of course it did.
Of course. But, just the meme of them having the little crooked cross there in the BMW symbol back in the 40s.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Friendly reminder.
We'll check in quickly on BMW Saudi Arabia.
Times,
And look, it's still not a rainbow because it's not politically popular there.
Yeah.
Whoops.
They gotta keep up with the times, Do the in thing.
Do the thing! Come on!
Oh dear. Of course, Biden had to say something stupid.
I mean, that's not special for Pride Month.
No.
That's it's just an everyday occurrence at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every day we're talking like every second of his conscious existence, which isn't much, but still.
Yep.
Sometimes he's pooping.
Yes. Meanwhile, Booty Segeg is getting in trouble because he's the wrong kind of gay.
The wrong kind of gay?
Yeah, he's not politically gay. He just likes dick.
Right.
And that's not good enough.
Right. This is like black and politically black, I guess.
It's exactly the same.
Ugh, God.
It's like, what you mean is that you're gay, but don't follow the hive mind. I'm sorry, you can't be gay anymore, but I like penis. Sorry, you just can't be gay anymore.
Well, I'm sure there's this lovely trans woman over here whose penis you can suck, but it's got tits. I don't like tits. No.
It doesn't have the aesthetic of what I like. I'm booty judge. It's like, no, go away.
Yep. But apparently screw your sexual preferences because they're not politically favourable. Ardent Party says Uvalde's police have a new flag. It's just a white one, waving in the wind.
I can just see the French jokes from World War II merging into the Uvalde police. Just saying.
Yep. It's craziness. So, you thought they were doing stupid shit for trans people in the workplace. It's gotten dumber. It's somehow managed to get dumber. How about paid gender affirmation leave?
Huh.
Yes. That is about the appropriate response. So, one of the big banks in Australia has introduced paid gender affirmation leave. And of course, the Australian Bureau of Cunts, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, are like, what is and what other types of leave are there? So, they will allow employees based in Australia and New Zealand to take paid leave while they are affirming their gender. Paid leave? Its newly created gender affirmation leave will allow employees to take 6 weeks of paid leave and up to 12 months of unpaid leave as they undergo any aspect of gender affirmation. Cool, I'm taking 6 weeks off to grow a beard.
I mean, I think I'm going to take advantage of this if I was over there.
Go on. Explain to me why I can't take 6 weeks of paid leave to grow a beard. Because that affirms my gender. Oh, am I the
Exactly.
wrong
They're not
kind
the.
of mentally ill people?
But they never specified. Yeah, if they never specified everything very explicitly, take it. And then if they come back at you, just sue the shit out of them.
Yeah, just do it. Just be like, I'm taking 6 weeks off to grow a beard. And then they'd be like, but you're a man. And you'd be like, are you a biologist?
Yep, how do you know what a man is? Define a man.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, I identified as a woman last week, so I've now transitioned to man. So screw you, prove me wrong without throwing the entire fucking system under the bus. Go on.
I'll wait now. I'm taking 12 months.
Yes, I'm also taking 12 months of unpaid leave because fuck you.
I was like, no, now I'm gonna have to take 12 months because I'm traumatized that you
Oh, no.
questioned
Take that
my
as paid,
pronouns.
take that as paid sick leave. Because they caused you severe mental trauma by rejecting your gender identity.
Exactly.
Then take your 12 months
it's
off.
Time. It's time these games are played by their rules. It's just going to be glorious.
Yeah, so there are various ways an individual can affirm their gender. So adopting the dress and style of presentation that better aligns with their gender identity and expression. Okay, cool. So I'm going to switch from shorts and a t-shirt to full suit and tie because fuck you.
Don't forget your trans Texan cowboy hat.
Well, in that, go full cowboy with revolvers and everything. Sadly, can't do that in this fascist hellhole, but I'll do everything else. Boots, jeans.
That's your gender identity, though. They can't deny you now.
Mm-hmm. Changing your pronouns and or name. You may refer to me as Your Majesty. Go on. Prove it's bullshit. Change your name. Okay, my name is now Bezic, Master of Darkness, Terror of the Trans.
Lord of Woodchippers.
Mm-hmm. And you must use my full name anytime you address me. Otherwise, you are dead naming me. Medical, surgery, hormone therapy, or both. Medical appointments, rest and recovery from medical procedures. How about no? And then legally changing their name and or gender marker on personal identification documents such as passport, birth certificate, driver's license, or bank card. How about we make that illegal?
Do people get, like, just a question, like, when people get married and they change their name, do they get paid leave to go and update all their fucking legal documents, or do they have to do it around work? I think I know the answer.
Yeah, you don't get time off to change your fucking name. Even if it is
So
affirming your gender identity.
How is this any different then? It's this, like, at this level, it's the same thing. Like, you're going to update a passport, you're going to update a driver's license. Like, everyone else has to do that in their own fucking time.
Well, you can go fuck yourself even if you're a gay woman marrying another gay woman. Because you're not special anymore. You're not mentally ill enough. So they then say, people who are affirming their gender do not need to exhaust their annual or sick leave entitlements, while also easing some of the financial pressures. ANZ's diversity and inclusion lead, some stupid bitch, said. This is especially important as research shows that trans and gender diverse people are more likely to experience lower incomes and employment rates. Because they're mentally ill! And it goes with other mental illnesses, you stupid bitch!
Almost like they don't understand reality. Oops.
Oh, fantastic. But wait, it gets dumber.
Also that, and, gender studies degrees don't tend to pay particularly well.
No, because the only job for
Which is probably where they got indoctrinated.
Yep.
And now they're employed as social workers.
Or as diversity and inclusion officers for really stupid companies. How about what the other companies have done? In 2018, Woolworths introduced a gender affirmation policy that entitles employees to up to 2 weeks of paid leave and 2 weeks of unpaid leave to support them as they take steps to affirm their gender. Allianz Insurance, for those of you who don't know, Woolworths is roughly equivalent to Asda/Sainsbury's, whichever one's bigger.
Fair enough.
Allianz Insurance introduced paid gender affirmation leave in 2021, allowing employees to take 4 weeks of paid leave and up to 12 months of unpaid leave. Telstra's 2021 gender affirmation leave policy allows eligible permanent employees based in Australia to access 8 weeks of paid leave to affirm their gender, and just last month, Coles announced it would give up to 10 days of leave to staff undergoing gender affirmation. Oh, fuck off, you fucking idiots. I would like to point out that they sit there whining about men not co-parenting enough, and men not supporting the mother of a new mother. Yeah, you don't get fucking parental leave for men in Australia.
Time off for this than he is to help look after a new baby.
Well, you don't get time off to look after a new baby if you're a man in Australia. You can basically go fuck yourself.
Oh,
But if you wanna
because
cut
you
your
don't
dick off.
matter if you're a. Well, that's when you matter. Only when you matter.
But you're also gonna get some like non-binary person who's gonna start taking the royal piss with this too, because they change their gender every couple of fucking weeks.
Yep. and go on, put a limit on it. Oh, also explain how you're not discriminating against them when they change back again.
I'm changing back to this week. I'll need another 2 weeks off. Oh, I feel more feminine this week. I'm gonna need another 2 weeks
I change
off.
genders every 2 weeks. What would you like to do now?
Fluid. Like, you're gonna get some people who are never gonna show up for work and get paid for fucking doing it, because like once you give these people an inch,
they'll take a fucking light year.
I mean, that's not necessarily to say, if you've got someone who's diagnosed with gender dysphoria and the doctor has signed off that having surgery or whatnot will help them, like that you shouldn't work with them, but this is ridiculous.
But that means if they have diagnosed gender dysphoria, they've actually gone through the proper steps, gotten a diagnosis.
At that point, you would be treating it as a medical issue, but this doesn't even seem to require that. This seems to be, again, one of these self-ID nonsense. And it's like, well, you're gonna get people who are gonna change their ID every fucking 2 weeks because they're gender fluid.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, well, some people are never gonna show up for work then, and you're gonna pay them for the fucking privilege.
Yep.
Oh, but we've got diversity and inclusion. Yeah. Bob and Bobette, depending on which week, they're on payroll, so we get the points, right? Go fuck off.
Well, in some stupid fucking places like England, it's probably financially beneficial to them to have a frigging trans person in the corner changing gender every 5 minutes, doing no actual work because they'll get some stupid fucking bonus from the government.
They just show up on Pride Month and change everything to rainbows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sounds like the writing staff for Doctor Who.
Yeah, and I just checked, and as far as paternity leave goes, the answer is go fuck yourself. The government, if you earn under $150,000 a year, the government will give you 2 weeks off to look after the baby and the mother, but companies don't. You do not get paternity leave from companies.
That's so silly. I feel like they should give, couples shared parental leave. Obviously, you've got to assign some of it to the mother because she's physically going to go off and push this thing out of her body. That's unavoidable. There's a certain amount of it that needs to be assigned for that. But beyond that, just say, okay, between you have got X amount of time, figure it out. Because in some situations, it may be that they want more time spent by the father with the kid.
Well, you can do that with the government system in Australia. It's complicated and a pain in the ass. You can basically give it to whoever you want to have it. The mother can have all of it. The father can have half of it. You can do whatever you want with it. But that's only what our governments decide you can have. Your employer, they might go, fuck you, no, you don't get to take 3 months off. And then the feminists will whine that why is the man at work while the mother's looking after the baby? Well, somebody has to feed them.
Wait, isn't that the government's job?
Yeah, that's what they would say. Well, the government should just pay for it, Dad. Free money. Government's got all that money that it's
Stealing
just
from us
free.
anyway. Yes.
You know, this is, though, on one side, I'm almost willing to argue that there should be no maternity leave or paternity leave. Just simply work it out with your employer and incentivize the employers to do this without actually having to impose it.
Yeah, that would be great.
Well, the ideal solution would be to grab women as a collective by the shirt collar, slap them around a bit, tell them that feminists are lying cunts and they don't have to work,
bite you.
throw them out of the workforce.
I will bite you.
But feminists are lying cunts, Disco.
Yes, but if you grab me and throw me out of the workforce, I will bite you.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Get some ankle guards, Bezic, and you'll be fine.
Just get some really high combat boots, it'll be fine.
Really high? I think just average.
But the point of...
You leave me at home, I'll get bored enough to start world domination.
You mean the cats aren't working on this already?
The only reason I haven't started is because I'm too goddamn busy.
But we wouldn't. I want to fix that problem.
We wouldn't need maternity leave if we didn't need 2 adult incomes per family, and the only reason we need that is because feminists in the 50s told women that they could have their cake and eat it too.
We could just lower the tax rates, and then suddenly, kind of fixes itself.
Well, especially when you've got such phenomenally retarded tax rates as most countries seem to do. How about you get your fucking grubby mitts off 30% of my income, you cunts? Or something else. Australia's got this really stupid thing called... I can't even remember because it doesn't matter and it's completely useless if you're poor. But it's basically a forced retirement contribution. In addition to your wage, the company is forced to pay an amount, a percentage of that, into whatever the fuck it is that I can't remember. Why I don't know why I can't.
Billy Blogs, what are you talking about? Only bulimics can have their cake and eat it too. I just want to be left the fuck alone.
Bulimics can eat it twice though.
I mean, you wouldn't want it the second time.
Yeah.
But he's trying to say that I'm trying to have my cake and eat too. No, I just want to be left the fuck alone.
Well, that would be the ideal option. Leave people the fuck alone and let them do what they want. But convincing all the women that they want to work, one of the greatest scams against humanity. I think quite a lot of women would be happy to have not full-time jobs, but employment. How it used to be in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. Where it was like, oh, the kids are at school, I need something to do. Oh, fuck it, I'll do this and get a couple of quid. This...
Or, the old cottage industries.
Yeah, the cottage industries. Not like this. Both of us have to work 60 hours a fortnight, while the 2-year-old sits at home with, well, nobody, because we've alienated grandma.
All I can say is modernity has made me a very staunch traditionalist on many things.
Anyway, I was talking about whatever the fuck it is that I still can't remember, but it doesn't matter. Basically, I think it's something like, I don't know, When I was working, it was like 300 a fortnight would go into this thing, and I'm sitting there going, "No, fuck off! Give me that now!"
Mm.
It's like the company's got to pay it anyway. Never mind putting it a fucking aside for the future. I want that nice shit now. There's no point having not enough to live off of when I'm 70 if I'm miserable now anyway.
That sounds a lot like American Social Security. It's like, oh yeah, we're taking 5 to 10% of every paycheck. Yippee! No, I'm never gonna see that. Fuck you.
Well,
my company can use that as operating expenses rather than just throwing money away.
Well, at least in this case, it's theoretically still yours. It doesn't just go into the big pool. But it's still ridiculous. Because it's like, it's sitting there until you're like old enough to retire. So, for someone my age, that's like 75. Yay, thanks. I'm going to have great fun for the next 50 years. Yeah, if I'm lucky. So, and it's like, so, assuming I earn an average income, I'll have no money when I retire anyway. But also, I'll be more miserable until then because you fuckers have dicked around.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, I always love looking at my fucking paycheck and be like, oh, I'm glad before I even saw it, all these people came in and was like, this is ours, and this is ours, and this is ours.
Yeah. All I can say.
Thanks for that.
When you sit down and do the payroll, and then you're like, I'm paying double out of the company funds for one person's paycheck. Really? Fuck this. Because you have to take it out of both the employee's side and the employer's side in the U.S. And it's just like, nah, fuck that. Taxation truly is theft.
Yeah, coming around to Hugo's thinking more and more. Like, with every paycheck, like, it's just like, hashtag Hugo might be right.
and there's all the double fucking dipping. Like, you pay tax on your income. It's like, yeah, but then you work, then you get taxed on it, then you go out and buy something, and then you get taxed on it fucking again. And then when you die, they want you to get taxed on that too. It's like, fuck off. No, you get one time to tax income. Get the fuck out of our pockets.
And you want to hear some interesting bullshit. So in the U.S., the federal government had this paycheck retention program under Trump. Well, it was ill-defined initially. And because, some people took advantage and put family on payroll, the federal government decided, if you're related, even if it's just a name, we're going to revoke this for most companies. So now small mom and pop companies who are family owned and operated for multiple generations went and took this payroll reduction because they were trying to keep everybody employed. And now they're being taxed on that as income for the company.
What?
Retroactively.
That's just bullshit.
Yeah. So I've got an accountant going back and triple checking this stuff before they even file the taxes because they got that at the 11th hour in the U.S. So nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
File the taxes. Like, they literally just fucking come in and they're like, this is ours. Yeah. And if they get it wrong, like, because they do the calculations. So if they get it wrong, because they'll, like, give you, like, a tax code that the employer just, like, kind of plugs that in and they take a certain percentage. If they calculate wrong, like, the government calculate it wrong, they will come after you and they're like, you've underpaid. And it's like, I didn't do fucking shit. Like, you came in and yoinked out my wages before I had a chance to see it. And I'm to blame that you calculated it wrong.
Yeah. Yep, sounds about right.
So, great.
Excuse you.
I'm paying for your incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll start to fucking send threatening letters like, you owe us this, like, you have underpaid, and it's like, I didn't pay shit, you stole it.
So let's have a look at some other types of leave in Australia, all of which are better than what men get. Well, for paternity leave. Because remember, companies don't have to offer paternity leave in Australia. It's only the government that does for some stupid fucking reason, which sounds like some red hot bullshit to me. So you can get family and domestic violence leave. 5 days of unpaid family and domestic violence leave each year.
What,
Now,
to
is
commit
this-
or recover?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, is this for the victim or the perpetrator? It's like, I need 5 days off to beat my spouse. I'm like, okay, granted. There you go. Have fun.
Remember, report back to work bright and early.
So, here's where it's going to get fun, because I'm going to tell you something where that actually happens. It's a different system. So, as part of our welfare system, there are these things called crisis payments. If certain extreme circumstances happen, you can get a week's worth of payment just free and clear. If you're an abuser who gets removed from the house by the police, you can have one.
I mean, I suppose, is that in a case of innocent until proven guilty, or like?
I think it's just any time. But yes, I think so, but yeah.
I mean, you should have to pay it back when you're found guilty then, if that's the case. Because on the one hand, it's like, yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. On the other hand, it's like false allegations do happen.
Yeah.
And, that would be punishing them on an allegation. So I can kind of see, making sure that you're not making them homeless or whatever on
Yeah, that's so.
On an allegation, but they should have to pay it back when they're found guilty. Just like, okay, you didn't need this because you actually did do this thing, so pay up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it should be done in manual labor to repay that debt.
Sounds fair to me.
Both?
Yeah.
You get to pay to do manual labor.
I mean, I'm just in favour of bringing back prison labour in general.
Yeah, well, you could actually turn a lot of these prisons back into like prison farms, the low security stuff.
Yeah.
And then they could be producing food and grain.
Well,
and
especially
baby food.
Especially if you drag in a training organisation and go, oh, you've done a really excellent job of growing this, I don't know, fucking wheat in the corner. Here's a piece of paper that says you can listen to instructions and not kill a plant. Congratulations, you now have something to look forward to when you get out of prison. but no. Yep. They'd much rather just keep them locked up forever.
Well, they're trying to rehabilitate them that way.
Yeah, and they do.
But that would be rehabilitation, surely. Like, teach them skills.
Well, in Australia,
they have to have diversity and inclusion training to be truly rehabilitated.
Well, in Australia, a prisoner gets better treatment than someone on unemployment, which is some red hot bullshit. And regardless of your opinion on unemployment, whether you think you should lift up the... Like, I'm not even arguing that we need to raise the standard of living for the unemployed. I'm suggesting that maybe we need to treat prisoners worse.
I guess,
always should.
Like, prison shouldn't really be a positive experience. Like, at the end of the day, it is a punishment.
Yeah, and I've kind of taken the position it should be extremely harsh, extremely punitive in prison, but you should have, depending on the offense, it should be expunged upon release. It should not be public knowledge.
They do make it hard for people to get a job after they come out of prison, which kind of feeds into it. Although I don't think it should be expunged on release if you should have went in the wood chipper, to be fair, because
you should just be publicly wood chippered, but yeah, I'm talking like theft or
Yeah, petty
things of
crimes
that
and
nature.
whatnot. It's like,
Yeah.
if you've got a criminal record, it becomes incredibly difficult to get a
Yeah.
job. And it's like, well, now you're more likely to end up back in prison because you've kind of fallen out of the system at that point. Especially
Yep.
if you've got younger adults who, like, I don't know, whatever, fell in with the wrong crowd or did something stupid when they were 17, 18, and got arrested and did their time, and now their life is ruined because every employer is going to go, oh, well, criminal record, fuck off.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the only companies that will employ them will be just basically manual labor and things of that nature, where maybe they're bright enough to actually turn their lives around.
Yep.
Mm.
So
But
I just want to bring up the rights of a prisoner. So this is in Victoria specifically. So you are permitted 1 hour of fresh air per day. Congratulations, that's better than most people got during lockdown.
Mm. I mean, Arden Party's kind of feeding exactly into that point there in chat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's the shit after prison that's the worst. Like, even shit like your gun rights in the States. Like, if you, like, not immediately the day they get out of prison, but like, if you stay crime free for a few years, yeah, get everything back.
Like,
Yeah.
again, it should also depend on the nature of the crime.
Well,
but then I suppose you would be in there a lot longer if it were a.
but I'm also of the
violent gun
opinion
crime.
that maybe the murderers, rapists, and pedophiles should never leave prison except in the back of a hearse.
Mm.
or on the way to the gallows.
Yep.
I am definitely in favor of capital punishment, just simply because what are they ever going to contribute to society ever again, unless you're turning them into manual laborers? If you're a pedo or you murder someone, it's like,
my only concern with that is you would need to be very, very sure. Like,
Yeah.
reasonable doubt wouldn't be enough in that case. Like, it would have to be.
Oh yeah, but like people like this
there
Islamic shitbag who stabbed a bunch of people on camera.
Yeah, I mean,
and was tackled by the cops on camera. It's
and they're like, it wasn't me, and it's like, we fucking saw you. Like, we all saw you.
Like we have continuous camera. It's not even like you ducked around a corner outside something. If we have continuous footage of you from the time you committed the crime until a cop slam tackled you into oblivion.
Yeah, and those are the sorts of things where that's a sentencing hearing rather than a part of the main trial, and that. But yeah, as far as those standards,
I'm a waste of time. It's like, like, here's your trial. Play the video. Guilty. Yeah. Next.
Oh, but I've got extenuating circumstances. What? You're evil? No, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. So, prisoners have these rights. So, 1 hour of fresh air, healthy nourishment sufficient to maintain overall good health, food in accordance with dietary, vegetarian, and religious requests, clothing adequate for the weather to ensure the well-being of the inmate, adequate health facilities, both prison services and outside services to maintain well-being of inmate, suitable psychiatric and psychological care either within the prison or private care, sufficient dental care to maintain oral health, ability to maintain religious beliefs and be with other inmates of the same faith, access to the ombudsman, an independent visitor and the general manager of the prison, blah 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 blah. Oh, here we go. Ability to participate in education. So there you go. Unironically, prisoners have more rights than free people.
They are truly property of the state, and property of the state always gets treated better than degenerate free individuals.
Yep. So in Australia you get compassionate and bereavement leave as well. So 2 days of paid leave if someone in your family dies or has a miscarriage. You get community service leave, which is about the only one that makes sense. Full-time, part-time, and casual employees are entitled to community service leave for activities such as voluntary emergency management or jury duty. Fair Work states community service leave is unpaid and there is no limit to the amount an employee can take. So yes, voluntary emergency management activity. So I've taken care of this one a few times, and it's really fun when you call up the sick line at like 3 in the morning and go, guess what? I'm not coming into work today. Screw you. And then they're like, why aren't you coming into work today? It's like, oh, I'm using community service leave, and guess what? That means you can get bent. To be fair, they deserved it.
They usually do.
Prime Knight says prisoners have no freedom but better rights than me. Damn. Well, remember, that's Victoria, where people weren't allowed to outside or to travel more than 3 kilometers from the house. So, who didn't have freedom?
Yeah, there's no freedom there either.
Oh dear.
Well, to be fair, like, most of the fucking world was locked up without having any trial or any fucking,
Well, that's
like,
it.
having done anything wrong. It was just like, no, you're basically all under house arrest. It's like, thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks and go fuck yourselves.
For some of us, it had benefits. I was able to remodel my basement, so put it off for 10 years. So I finally got that done.
I mean, sure, but it still wasn't worth it. Like, for me, I was during the first lockdown, like, I was already doing my dissertation. So I'm like, well, I ain't going outside anyway, because, I'm kind of busy. So it didn't make any difference for me in the first lockdown. But, like, by the time you're, like, 2 years in and you're still, like, getting this fucking bullshit, and it's like, the harm you have done, despite the fact that maybe the first one felt like a holiday for a lot of people, like, the harm was still done.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
There's no doubt.
And they don't even bother to take into consideration the poor essential workers. Like, I don't think they realise how many people are actually essential workers. For example, the entire fucking bureaucracy of the government.
Yeah, those are unnecessary workers.
Yeah.
Well, true. They shouldn't be necessary, but someone needed to run shit. Someone needed to give money to all the people that were forced out of work.
But sadly, they gave it to themselves mostly.
Sadly, this is true.
And then we had you guys didn't have it. We had it over here. The clap for carers every Thursday on your doorstep. Like, yay, all the essential workers keeping the country going. How brave they are. And it's like, no, stop it.
I'm not applauding somebody for doing their damn job.
Like, you locked me in my goddamn house, and now you want me to come out and clap for the people who are still allowed to go to work.
And yet, the left was complaining about the Union flag for the Jubilee, but not this.
Sounds about right, doesn't it? Bay State has arrived in
fascists?
The government.
Just so Bay State's gonna take some time off to grow a beard?
Yep.
I think you get 6 weeks based.
Yeah, 6 weeks paid, but up to 12 months unpaid as well.
Do you think you can...
You can grow a hell of a beard in 12 months.
In that time?
Yep. I do have to agree with student of history about we're all property of the state. Yeah, but some of us have a little more illusion of not being. We don't have our little numbers right on our shirts.
Yes.
Yet.
Yeah, welcome to Australia.
I mean, yeah, it's very clear that they do believe that you're their property. Like, a couple of years back, was it a couple of years? Yeah, it must have been a couple of years now. Back here, they swapped organ donation from opt-in to opt-out, and it's like, okay, on the one hand, like, it's nice if more people would be, donating. On the other hand, they're not yours, hands off.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a presumption that they can just have whatever bits of you they want without asking. Like, you actually have to go and physically opt out of this system now. So everybody's now been opted in by the government. It's like, so they can just go in and take whatever bits they want, and it's just a presumption that it belongs to them to take.
Oof. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. I'm going into the ground fully intact, or at least as intact as possible. But if they want my appendix, they can give it to somebody else.
Well, as principal, I immediately fucking opted out. And it was like, well, I might have considered it before, but now that it's opt out, okay, well, I'm opting out, because this presumption that I'm just to be kind of chopped up for the state afterwards is like,
Well,
no, thank you.
don't
I
forget,
don't belong to you.
especially now that you're not eligible for organ donations because you didn't follow your overlord's orders.
Oh no. Oh well.
Yep, you'll just have to
That's
die
a
like
nice
a real
liver
human.
you have there.
Because you're not eligible to receive organs because if you don't do the thing that Fauci demands of you.
Oh yeah, I remember that. It's like, you can't have an organ transplant. Why?
Because you might die and waste the organ. Oh yes, that fuck all % chance. Oh, but it'll be higher on the anti-rejection medications. Well, I won't go making out with diseased people then. Fuck you.
No, but you have to by law. It's Pride Month.
Oh yeah, mandatory anal fucking for monkey. Gotta spread the
All
pox
the monkeying
somehow.
around.
That's how you get monkeypox.
Well, we need to get the monkeypox out so people can hear about it. Oh dear. Let's have a look at the next horrifying piece of Pride paraphernalia.
It's Pride Pox.
Oh, actually, this one isn't Pride paraphernalia, but it's the bank that was pulling that bullshit. So this is the kind of crap that they also get up to. They acknowledge the traditional owners as the custodians of Australia. We recognise their connections to land, waters, territories, and resources, and pay respects to Australia's first peoples and their elders, past, present, and future. What's that? You're choking on Aboriginal dick? Because you've got a virtue signal hard to... We recognise their connections to the land and acknowledge the traditional owners. Well, did you pay them for the land your fucking bank was on when I took this photo? No, you fucking didn't. And I know how I know this. It belongs to the fucking Chinese. Because, unsurprisingly, they sold off chunks of Australia to the fucking Chinese. Again.
This is just one of those... I just want to take this and change it to, like England. And it's like, oh, there are all these damned illegals, paying any attention to the native tribes of England?
And while you're at it, poke fun at the Saxons.
Well, of course.
And the Normans. Oh,
hey now,
dear.
wait.
Oh, dear. How about PayPal UK, who've gone full intersectional pride flag?
Yep, I guess it's for all those gay people who in the past weren't allowed to make payments.
What about all the black and brown people that used to be banned from using PayPal? Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, I see. Is that the racial? That's the racial one. Isn't
That's
it?
the racial one, and it's always the racial one.
It's not the new racial one with the triangle, but it's definitely got the black and brown in there.
They've only put a section in so they can still get their logo in.
Imagine prioritizing your logo over the pride rainbow.
Yeah. How dare you? Not virtue signaling correctly. How about...
I say we just, ban them from the internet.
Some of the most in-your-face virtue signaling, though. How about Uber? They have their intersectional black pride flags on the cars in the app.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh, my God. I mean, you gotta give them points for creativity, I suppose. they uh, they were creative with it. They didn't just swap out the colors in their logo. They put some effort in.
Not true. They didn't change the color of their logo. Ooh, that's not very good.
Now I just want to go to the El Mariachi tequila bar and grill and just drink myself blind, and then I won't know what the colors are.
Yeah. And of course, they've got a whole Uber Pride page. Move with pride. No. So
Spread your cheeks with pride.
Yep. So now you're gay, trans, non-binary, intersectional black pride card can refuse to pick you up if you're a man.
So the rainbow cars, are they like the gay drivers, or like how does this work?
They're all the drivers.
Oh, see,
Well-
now it would have been more clever if they had just put rainbows on the cars of the gay drivers.
Yeah, and then watch as I'm saying they're cancelling. But yes, I'm willing to bet that's not all the drivers, because I don't think my driver from the other day, Muhammad, would appreciate that too much.
Oh, you never know. He might be into Afghan culture.
Little boys, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right. What else do we have next? We have Burger King's Pride Whoppers that come with 2 tops or 2 bottoms, because... Why?
Yeah, I think I sent you this one, didn't I? It's like that. See, this just looks like somebody either was taking the piss in the kitchen or made a mistake when they were doing the order. Like, this is the kind of thing you'd open the box and you would laugh because somebody fucked up.
Wait. I'm just. Are you a 2 bottoms or 2 tops kind of guy? Well, did they just assume their the gender of their consumers?
But you know what this really looks like? It looks like somebody sat there and fucking actually made the meme reality.
They did, didn't they?
Yep. Like, they took the Stone Toss meme and just doubled fucking down. Behold our newest ad campaign. Are you sure this will help us sell more burgers? Burgers?
Marketing department should be fired into the sun.
Yes. Are you a 2 bottoms kind of guy or a 2 tops kind of guy? No, I'm a normal fucking burger, you fucking idiot. Give me my goddamn burger.
Look,
kind of guy.
I think we're gonna have to cancel them for you. You know, I think Bleach Team is onto something there. Like, guy is gendered language.
Yeah. You're supposed to say
Right,
folks with an X.
we're gonna have to get on some cancelling there.
When did Stone Toss put this one out? In 2018. And there's Burger King. Yeah, why not? Let's do it again.
Burger King's like, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I do like the name of the author of the article, May Rude.
Yeah. That's just mind-bogglingly stupid.
Face just doesn't even make sense. There's still 1 top and 1 bottom in a gay relationship.
This is true.
There's some off-color jokes to be made, but they're not YouTube friendly.
Mm-hmm. Which makes them good.
Exactly.
What else do we have? How about the Buenos Aires government have justified the prohibition of inclusive language in the initial primary and secondary schools of the district. With the year in the X, we went backwards in the educational tests in language and writing, he said, when presenting the literacy plans for little ones.
Yes, we just started spelling things wrong.
Yes.
He's like,
So this is
English,
actually
idiots.
good news, so I've got it in the wrong order, but... Yes, they've actually decided to simplify the way kids learn and was blunt with inclusive language. The teachers have to respect the rules of the Spanish language when they're in front of the classroom and in their communications. Take your intersectional shit and shove it up your ass.
Language matters.
Mm-hmm. What?
Good. Like, you spell it that way, you're wrong. You get an F. Next.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the teacher spelled it that way. They get kicked in the head and fired. How about...
It's nice not having teacher unions ruin everything.
Speaking of ruining everything, how about two men kissing as they celebrate stealing first and second place in a women's race? The woman takes care of her child as she stands with the third place she's been relegated to due to male cheats.
Wow, that picture is so 2022.
Yeah, just...
Two men...
Yeah, it's just that giant, meteor of death.
The woman's shielding the kid's eyes from the fucking disgusting display on next to him. As she should.
Based mother.
I don't understand anything about this picture.
Yeah.
And why are they kissing?
Because
on top of everything else, why are they kissing?
To avert your signal harder. Also, since we've got men and women in the same picture, let's have a look at the actual woman. Oh, yep, curvy legs, feminine hips, and then we've got clearly fucking man. Oh, I can't go any higher. That's where the kid shows up, and we don't do that here.
After all that pipe laying, I need something else.
Oh, dear. So, yep, here we have the article from Outkick. Two transgender women crossed the finish line first and second at London's Thundercrit cycling event Thursday. Two men who identify as transgender celebrated by sharing a kiss on the podium. As the two were celebrating, the third place finisher, an actual woman, was seen holding her child while standing next to the two men, further piling onto the injustices taking place in women's sport. So, yes. It's interesting how the only two men in the women's race won.
If they would suck against regular male competition. We see where this is going.
Yes. Usual. Exactly the same way as Leah Thomas.
Damn it, Arden Party. Why? Why did you have to tell me NASA says we're safe from meteors for the next century?
God damn it. I was hoping for instant death of the planet.
I had such high hopes briefly, now they're dashed.
Now, we do have some more slightly good news. How about England getting booed by a crowd of school kids as they take the knee in anti-racism stance against Hungary? Just checking my audio settings, let's have a look.
Arena. England take the knee. And Hungary.
And just getting booed by the crowd. Just fucking useless bastards.
The Hungarians have definitely are on my list of cultures to go visit and pay attention to.
Yep.
Oh, what the... Is that a fucking pride armband on one of the English players?
Yes, it is. And I think that's to signify I think that says captain on it.
I mean, it might as well just be Reichsmarshal at this point.
Yep. They're literally sitting there with their armband and see Kylie.
Makes me chuckle that they take a knee in response to George Floyd. Like, that still tickles me to no end. Because I would expect that you'd be taking the knee in support of fucking Chauvin.
I mean, it's Chauvin solidarity.
Oh, so here they're whining. The Nations League clash played behind closed doors due to racist and homophobic behaviour by Hungary supporters was marred when young fans in the 30,000 crowd jeered before kick-off, leaving kick-it-out chief Troy Townsend fuming. Southgate said, very often young people especially, they can't know why they're doing it, so they're being influenced by older adults. That's why we try to educate. No, fuck off. Stop virtue signalling, you fucking spastic.
They booed me, but they were wrong. But because they're kids, we can't really blame them. So the parents must be wrong. There's just wrong thinking in the crowd, guys. We
Yep.
didn't do something stupid.
Yep, we didn't pointlessly virtue signal about something that happened in a completely different fucking country. God, I hate the West.
Bay-State. Like football needs to be more gay. I mean, it is really the gayest of sports.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm intentionally offending pretty much all football fans, whether it's circle or oval.
Yeah. Well, the only thing gayer is wrestling.
Actually, I would say
Technically,
the
it's a
NBA.
sphere.
No, I'd say basketball's gayer because look at LeBrandon James. He gets touched and then he just screams and flops around on the floor like a little bitch.
Yeah, but wrestling. And what's even worse is professional wrestling. A bunch of greasy, sweating men groping each other? That's pretty fucking gay.
True,
That
but
does
nobody's
sound pretty
crying.
Yes.
And now for Transistor, the gayest of all.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back in England itself, NHS to cut diversity and inclusion jobs and management shake-up. Hallelujah, that's half their fucking budget that can be spent on actual medical professionals.
Good. Why didn't you do this sooner? In fact, why were they in place in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the whole NHS is struggling, it's like capacity, blah 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 blah. That's not new. It's not new at all. I mean, the bullshit they did with COVID and the booster programs and the putting appointments behind by years certainly didn't help, but it's been struggling for years. And instead of pouring money into nurses, you've been pouring money into this bullshit.
Yep. So the
So they needed to hire choreographers for TikTok videos during the pandemic.
Ah, yes, of course. So the NHS has been told to cut diversity and inclusion jobs as a landmark report sets out plans for the biggest shape-up management in a generation. The Health Secretary called for urgent action to improve the quality of leadership in the health service as part of a war on waste and wokery amid a record NHS spending. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, that cuck, was sitting there talking about wokery? Who had a gun to his head? Because he wouldn't do something that made sense if his fucking unless his life depended on it.
Maybe he's standing for election.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, he'll change his mind in 10 minutes when Keir Starmer calls him a racist.
Yeah. Oh no, he'll call him a homophobe or a transphobe or something, and then he'll just be done. So, a Deming report warns of institutional inadequacy. You need a report in the way the NHS is run, calling for sweeping changes to improve performance. General Sir Gordon Messenger, a general who led the Royal Marines invasion of Iraq, had been asked to lead the 8-month inquiry into the health and social care leadership. You needed 8 months to figure out that the NHS was a fucking abysmal failure?
See, he had to get extra money somehow.
Yep. His report warns of widespread failings which have allowed poor behaviours and attitudes such as discrimination, bullying, and blame cultures to go unchecked. What a fucking surprise! The woke dipshits are the ones doing discrimination, bullying, and blame cultures. Who could have predicted that?
He playing to the lowest common denominator? What?
Yeah. So Gordon said far more needed to be done to improve equality in the NHS and stop barriers to progress. X to that. But he said this meant equipping all leaders with the right skills, doing away with the plethora of equality, diversity, and inclusion roles which have sprung up in recent years. Yeah, no shit. Fucking throw the entire fucking industry out. Die needs to die.
Just and are they still pushing for the let's just do virtual visits rather than in person? Are they still pushing that shit?
Yes, we'll get the nurse to take all the risks. Ah, dear. So, do you know what time it is?
Wood chipper time?
It's wood
Always
chipper
wood
time.
chipper time. It's always wood chipper time.
The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Oh dear.
Oh, look. Look who's been summoned just in time for Nonce Watch!
Woo!
You can't get any better timing than that.
What? That's timing. Say Nonce Watch and out comes Trim.
Trim's like, black pills? Oh, black pills.
Oh, I come on and the first thing I hear is black pills.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes.
Should I, oh no, I'm still busy. Later, guys. So, sorry for being late. I got a visit from family.
It's not good enough.
I'm sorry.
You should be. Nah, that's alright, man.
Yeah,
So,
that's good.
first up, we have a pedophile from the Chicago Sun-Times who asks, why restrict child porn but not guns?
I know where we could put a gun.
To the side of his head and pull the
Oh,
trigger? Yes.
Yes.
But he's in
Yes.
Chicago, so his odds of getting whacked are pretty good at this stage.
Well, that is true. Unless he lives in the rich Chicago place, so.
We really need to check
He's
this
got to
guy's
go to
hard
work.
drive.
Ah.
Oh shit, that's some interesting trending in Australia, but we can't talk about that on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll have a quick screenshot of that to pop in live shows, but we can't talk about that on YouTube.
I can assure you, Callum, I was not
Where
waiting
is
for
it?
this moment. I literally just dropped by.
Yeah, just real unlucky there.
I am the definition of misfortune.
Poor Trim. Ooh, that's an interesting couple of hashtags there. Yeah, you can't talk about that on YouTube without Susan getting her panties in a bunch.
Susan really wouldn't like that.
I like how it's music trending.
Yeah.
Music trending. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. So, back to the pedophile who asks why restrict child porn but not guns. Well, a gun in the possession of a responsible adult 100 kilometers away from the nearest child is not harming children. How all child porn harms children? Because how do you think child porn's made, you stupid fucking pedo?
You know
By
what?
imagination and holograms, don't you know?
And let's be honest, a responsible 12-year-old with a gun is safer than a pedophile anywhere.
In fact, a responsible 12-year-old with a gun might deal with a pedophile problem.
Well, that's a good point.
sounds like a
Why restrict child
child porn
porn but not guns? Because you can solve child porn with guns, but you can't solve guns with child porn.
Exactly.
Guns kill pedophiles, as our favourite good boy proved in Kenosha.
Boy. Yes.
Student of history, a wild trim appeared. Sultan sent out Diddler incident. Yeah, the pedo timing on this fucking podcast is
I need to
I
go
don't know.
back and check the VOD later and see when Trim actually fucking showed up.
As soon as the non-swatch played, as soon as that getting the chipper bitch, I heard him pop on with the auto.
Yeah. Go to the chipper, bitch. Doo-doo.
You summoned me.
Ah, you couldn't get better timing if you fucking planned it.
I'm pretty sure I fucking couldn't.
Oh dear. Ardent Party likes.
I want to point out with this this photograph that Neil Steinberg Nonce of the Year. It's okay. So this father has a lot of like modern sporting rifle types,
Yep.
but no classic like 8mm Mausers. I'm disappointed. This man needs to get more guns.
Yeah, he has no respect for history. Where's the would military rifles. He has no. This man has no
wanna
military
say-
rifles, whereas his wooden military
Can I
rifles.
can I just point one thing out? Those are the safest two damn kids I've seen in a while. There
Yes.
will be not a single kitty diddler who will try to reach them, or any
I mean-
school shooters.
Well,
They
let's-
will
let's
be
just say-
reduced to their component atoms before they come within reach of those children.
This dad would go full Gary Plauché and not even hesitate.
Yeah. And here's the thing: assuming that he's not an absolute bellend, each and every one of those guns has been cleared, magazines removed, action cycled. They're empty. The kids could go over there and just play with the fucking things, and they'd be perfectly safe. The problem is when absolute bellends leave firearms unattended around children.
Mhm.
Like, you want to talk common sense gun control? Here's the only piece of common sense gun control. If it's not in your control, it's secured.
Yep. But
Unauthorized.
you know,
I don't know
and
what's
this
the
is
student
just one of
history, but
those
he's
things.
just coming with the perfect one-liners. Sultans begin to talk about nonsense trim. Who dares disturb my 1,000-year slumber?
Ah, dear.
You know, it's one of those. Having kids exposed to firearms takes away the exoticness and mystery, and the father's like, yep, here, you can handle this. I've cleared it. You can take it, put it in the gun safe, all that, and then it's like, as the kids grow up, it's like, oh yeah, it's just a gun.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then when they're
it's
like,
a dangerous tool, but it's safe.
yep, and like somewhere between 8 and 12, you get out, I think it's like the Red Rider or something, the little BB gun.
Yep.
Teach them all the skills with that, take them plinking, have a good time.
Yeah.
My dad bought me and my brother a air gun. We call it a Luftgewehr. Basically, it's a gun which, when you cock it, it stores an amount of air which is fired.
Yeah, it's called an air gun.
Yeah, an air gun. And they can't actually. Yeah, I don't know if you have some weird word for it, because some things are well translated, others are just like gobbledygook.
Yeah, also, what word did you use for air trim?
Luft.
Sounds German, get him.
I've been found out! Quick, to the SS Mobile! To my Volkswagen!
Oh, so you've got a VW Beetle. I got it.
No, I have a Volvo.
Oh, well, that's no better. They're a bunch of
Oh,
Nazi
thank you.
sympathizers anyway.
It's a Swedish car. It literally speaks Swedish to me. It's sort of a masochistic thing, really. It's like every time it's in a car, it's like, oh god, I want to drive in the opposite end.
Ooh, shingles is trending in Australia. No, can't talk about that. Susan would get mad.
Shingles.
It's a viral infection related to chickenpox.
Specifically, it's an immune reaction to the old viral infection.
Oh.
Yes, so you've twigged on it, but you can't say what you're thinking. Because Susan would get upset. Because she's a bitch.
Yeah. Hey, Susan, you're a cunt. There, let her be upset.
Yep. Oh dear. So, let's have a look at some replies to this pedophile. Actually, shall we look at his article? We'll look at his article as well.
Yes. Yes,
Well,
article first, and then see him getting blown the fuck
Oh
out.
god! Oh god! It's so 90s! It hurts!
Oh,
Sweet
made this
Jesus!
In like middle school.
I made better than this when I was in hot school.
What is this?
Well,
What the hell am
granted,
I
I had
looking
to
at?
make mine out of words.
Oh
so-
god, and no disco, it doesn't have dark mode.
What is
It
this?
should be a crime to not have dark mode.
Oh, dear. So, this guy says, God bless free speech. It's what allows pedophiles or anybody else to write whatever we want without fear the government's going to hold us off to jail. How about we hold you off to the chipper?
Mhm.
I like that
Yada,
idea.
yada.
I like that one. Let's do that. Let's solve them up
You-
the
you know-
chipper.
This fucking map, it's like, oh, well, free speech is important. Well, you know what enforces free speech? The right to bear and keep arms. Go,
Yeah.
just, no.
Oh,
Shut up, be
okay,
infringed,
there is a
motherfucker.
real article somewhere that's slightly less offensive.
Ooh,
Yeah, I
scroll up,
kind of
scroll up.
read the article, and that's not necessarily, they're not necessarily coming at it from the pedo angle, but it is a monumentally stupid fucking point, especially a monumentally stupid headline.
Yeah, so they say over the last 2 decades, more children have died from guns than on-duty police officers and active duty military combined. Joe Biden said in his, oh, well, that's wrong.
Well, I mean,
Didn't
come
we
on. It's Joe
wasn't that
Biden. He
fact
doesn't know
checked
what
and
he's
proven wrong?
Come on, man.
Actually, no. He said that it was the largest cause of death to children, didn't he? And then that was immediately bullshit.
saying.
Wow, Biden talks bullshit? Who knew?
Yeah.
Here I thought he was the fountain of truth.
Yeah. You have a very loose definition of truth. Almost as loose as Biden's.
Oh, here we go. Here's their actual really stupid argument. The far right have a twisted logic about gun laws that goes like this. The Second Amendment is such an absolute value that even most common sense restriction don't sell assault rifles to teenagers. We don't. You idiot. There's a step toward the bogeyman of total confiscation. Ban 50 caliber bullets so thinking goes and the black helicopters are on their way. They're not wrong. See Ruby Ridge and Waco.
Mm-hmm.
As they repeat that over and over, remember, by their reasoning, child pornography should be legal out of respect for the First Amendment with the harm it causes children shrugged off. No, fuck off.
Fuck.
You can't even see the Bailey from this mod.
This is just... No.
But guns are evil because guns kill people. It's not people that kill people, it's guns.
Yes, but
Yeah.
guns
Yes,
can
but-
kill you can kill pedophiles with guns. See Gary Planchet.
The hero we all need.
Yes.
360 no scope.
I mean,
Just
that
saying,
was a fucking
360
damn good shot.
It was. Without hesitation, he just waited, turned around, and cleaned house.
Well,
Yep.
what was even more impressive is they was point firing. I don't think he had his sights up yet when he fired. That's a
No,
damn
'cause
good
he was-
shot.
He just
Or he
knew
was
where
well-trained.
to shoot.
Because
He knew where to shoot.
That's something a lot of law enforcement have been taught here the last maybe decade, is how to get a sight picture for muscle memory rather than aimed shots.
Yeah, well, that's it. Your first couple of shots need to be generically into center mass, and from like 3 yards away, you get a weekend's training will get you doing that reliably.
Yep.
Add in a couple more days of force on force. Mwah. But when you do have the time, getting that sight picture so you can put it right in the tee box, that really fucks them up.
As proven by the pedo who Planchet just liberated.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we call it like unaliving in some way? Why can't we just give it a more positive view? We are liberating them from their cursed existence.
Or better yet, we are
Yep,
correcting
trim.
their existence.
What?
The
What?
proper term for that, what Planchet did, was just aborting.
Yes.
The
Aborting
left loves
them.
abortion.
It's just
Yes.
really
Just
late
opposed-
term abortion.
Exactly.
Late term abortion. All pedos need to be late term abortioned through the use of a wood chipper. Why a wood chipper? Because fuck you.
Yeah, free their minds from their bodies through a hole right above the occipital bone.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all believe that the will is unconnected to the form, so why not just help them release their will from their form permanently?
Yeah. Okay, what do we have next? Ah, yes, because we're still in the non-sports section. Riverview's art space in Lynchburg, VA. That's Virginia. This ain't your
Yes,
mama's
that-
reading circle, honey.
What am I looking at? What is that?
Story time is no drag when it's led by queens reading cheeky stories.
Is that chick from Norbit?
No.
Sadly, no, that was far better than this.
And the worst part is, I've actually dined at the place that's happening.
You poor
So
bastard.
never again.
Enjoy an adults only
they-
evening. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. It's adults only. Oh, okay, but still.
Whew.
Well, yeah. The supreme irony is Lynchburg, Virginia is home of Liberty University, the super Christian university, where they won't even allow hand holding for students on campus.
That's a bit much, but okay.
Don't you know? Hand holding is lewd.
Yes, that's exactly it.
So it's then
No.
enjoy an adults only evening out at one of Lynchburg's unique events during the Pride season at Riverview's Art Space. The evening will feature shows and stories read by 3 drag queens. Yeah, that's not as bad as I first thought when I saw story time.
I mean, we're so
but you-
used to the other drag queen story time that it's kind of been ruined at this point.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to bet, and hell, I might even go scope it out to see if if parents are bringing their kids. Live from Lynchburg, Virginia.
Yeah, well, it looks like it says tickets are $25, includes 1 free beverage. I'm hoping that it's completely adults only, if only for liquor licensing purposes.
It probably would be with that, but
Parties
Yeah.
figured out how Discord works.
oh,
Ooh. Now it's a party with the Ardent.
Yes,
oof.
that was really bad.
I don't care. I'm a chef. What do you want from me?
Get in the chipper trim.
Hey, that was not wood chipper material. That is hang by the neck until dead material.
Or toenails.
Oh dear. Now, okay, next one. This one
And then
actually
it's
is
funny.
chipper bait. 5 fierce teens and their families see if they have what it takes to become drag superstars.
Oh.
There's glitz, glam, swerves, and
Oh.
nerves as they prepare for Dragutons.
Oh.
The first of its kind drag ball for
Oh.
kids. Will the pressure have them running away? Will they slay on the runway? Or will they be molested by the hosts? That last one.
No, no.
And just
You know the end scene in Doctor Strangelove with the nuke being dropped and somebody riding it down. Major
What?
Kong riding it down. Yeah, I want to see that happen with this.
Yeah.
Just nuke them.
So the funny part is, just before I started reading that, as the live stream goes for when chat sees it, just before I said that, Aunt Patty said, Trim, punish yourself. Don't worry, I punished him for you.
Teaching me OBS, but it's a two-way street. Pain for all.
Yes, there's
And
only
of
one.
course, Discovery has the Pride logo.
Of course, because they're a bunch of pedophiles. What's next? Well, let's have a look. How about a parent at Houston Independent School District alleged in a meeting yesterday the teacher took his underage son to a drag show with a sex offender. The school allegedly did nothing. Let's have a read. Or
My
listen.
son attended Sam Houston MSDC. His teacher, Mr. Patrick Pickler, he was his chemistry teacher. He was also a writer for About Magazine, an LGBTQ magazine. He published a article with a lot of students, on them without authorization. He recruited my son. He also took my son to a drag show when he was underage. He took him to a drag show when he was underage, and it was really bad. It was a really bad experience. He also put him next to this sex offender while he was out there with my son. There's a lot of stuff that nothing got done. I have a lot of info, a lot of videos, text messages. Police HSD has a lot of messages. It's really bad.
Wood chipper should be done.
Oh, we've got video.
No.
Oh God! Oh!
The teacher brought a 16-year-old boy into the back entrance of the drag show until 3 a.m. He says in the video, "You would never be allowed in here."
Hey, I wonder fucking why. Sorry.
And of course, one of the drag queens was in fact a registered child sex offender.
Of course.
Yeah, I can hear the wood chipper from here.
Yep, there he is, introducing the 16-year-old to a half-naked man.
Ugh.
Get in the chipper,
Yeah, I agree.
bitch!
There we go. Oh, thank you. Oh boy, this is wow.
Yep.
It's not just you gotta take let them talk with a sex offender. Not just let them be with a sex offender. They're taking them to talk with a sex offender. Do they know that they're a sex offender?
I'm sure that that's
Oh,
why they're taking him
undoubtedly.
there. Because
Yeah.
sex offenders tend to flock together.
Yeah.
Like birds of a
Like
chipper.
birds of a feather. And splinters from a chipper. Yes, yes.
Yes. Here, someone else says, "I recently argued with a teacher at the Iowa school that had a drag queen perform for the kids. He was posting that only biggest object and declaring how he supported victimized LGBTQ kids. And then the kids started chiming in saying, 'This teacher's my best friend.' Textbook grooming. Adults set themselves up as the sympathetic friend to at-risk kids, defending them against those mean adults who say they shouldn't be allowed to do whatever they want. School officials should be on the alert for these signs, but aren't."
Yeah, they're supposed to be on alert for them, not literally feeding them to
Well, I
these
mean,
creatures.
they're just as complicit as the groomer.
They are.
Oh! I do like the glowing eyes Plochet look.
Be the change you want to see in the world, indeed. Just
Yes.
like, he looks at him, points out the gun. A split second before he pulls that beautiful trigger, he looks at him. Half a second, arm comes out, bang, and it's clean.
The only thing that would have made it better had the pedo recognized what was going on before he took the bullet.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Indeed. Cat likes it
But
too.
it's not a perfect world, so we just got it's not a perfect world, but at least we gave him the ventilation he deserved.
Yep. Harden Party is doing the quote of, Gary, why? Why, Gary?
Gary, why? Gary, why?
God, yep. Prime night, though. Yeah. National Plochet Day. Absolutely.
Every day should
Oh,
be
yeah.
Plochet Day. Just like every day
Followed
should be
by-
Independence Day, damn it.
Plochet gets its own day, while Rittenhouse gets its own month. You have Plochet Day, which is the high point of Rittenhouse month. Why? Because Rittenhouse has a higher count.
Yeah.
This sounds like, kind of a based version of Ramadan.
Mm. Well,
Yes.
good boy Rittenhouse, he's not a one-topic scum eradicator. He'll take out commies, sex offenders, pedophiles, and assorted scumfuckers.
Wait.
Give the
You
kid
just
the month.
repeated yourself 3 times.
Yes.
Hey, repetition is necessary to remember properly.
Art Party says, "Lol, rifle done."
Yes.
Yeah. Here is someone.
Rifle dog.
Here's a pedophile getting absolutely fucking race showed in the comments. The 16-year young man probably wanted to go. His dad mailed down the wrong person here. Firstly, no, you're a pedophile. Secondly, 107 replies, 3 likes.
Hello.
Who are the
This
3
is
likes?
Mr. Ratio.
Yes, we should ask them.
The 3 likes.
Well, we can see 2 of them. Kelster hashtag stand with Ukraine. Nerdy mum, animal lover, vegan, musical theatre lover and traveller. And Rain. 19. DMDR she/they. What the fuck is DMDR? Do I want to know?
Excuse me, was that their Twitter tag?
I don't think I want to know.
But, what is DMDR? And
Dumb, muddle brain, degenerate
Name?
retard.
yes.
Wait. Okay, so either if we're going by Norwegian, the last one, she's either clean or she's a reindeer.
Let's go with reindeer because then you can hunt them.
Not even Rudolph is this degenerate, dude.
It could be Dead Men Don't Rape, or Direct Mail Direct Response, or Dummy Measurement Data Record. Well, they're a dummy, alright, and we can measure them.
Dumbassery is pretty much confirmed here. Can we get another get into chipper bitch, please? I need it for reasons.
That just needs to be like playing very quietly in the background constantly.
Chipper bitch, get in the chipper bitch, get in the chipper bitch, get in the chipper
Should we get the Stoa group to make a remix out of that?
Oh,
we should.
I mean, yes.
DJ, if you're in the chat, an idea, maybe, please. You know where to find me. Just name your price.
Oh, I've got an idea of what DMDR can stand for. How about Definite Moron Direct Rifle?
Oh, yes. I like how the Australian is the one who gets the best gun-related puns and jokes.
Well, that's because he can't get his hands on the
Wait,
guns themselves.
he was joking?
Yeah, where's the joke true?
Oh. Well, that explains a lot. It comes from the heart.
No, it comes for the heart.
Yeah.
No, it comes from his heart, but for their heart.
Well, it comes from my shoulder to their heart.
Good one. I approve.
Oh, how about here's one especially for Trim.
There you go.
No.
What we have there is a drag performer taking dollar bills from children at the Drag Kids Pride event at Mr. Bar in Dallas. Toddlers can be seen in attendance.
Hair.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Hey, there we go. I mean, it's okay to be a drag queen, but not in front of fucking kids in a goddamn strip club.
Well, we saw that one just before. Story time with drag queens. Adults only. Fine, non-fucking problem. Go for it. Have fun. Suck a dick. In a nice way. But not a fucking problem.
Suck a dick, make a joke. It's just do whatever, but don't involve kids and shit like this.
Stay away from the fucking kids, you goddamn pedophiles!
I mean, they just can't. They can't resist themselves. Ooh. There's the only response a family needs to pedos.
Yep, everyone with guns.
I want to see the picture. Just focus on the picture for a while. That is just
Have the picture of guns.
I mean, he's got an M60, so yes, he can maximum capacity.
Mm-hmm. Well,
now that
looks like a PTR
family.
Well, Mum's shooting
She's
45.
Got a
Yep.
Young lady in the middle has an Uzi or Uzi clone.
Yep. I mean, if he can afford the fucking machine gun, it's probably a real Uzi.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Then we've got what looks like an M16 specifically, not necessarily an AR, but something like that.
Yep, with the carry handle.
Yep, carry handle to me says M16 or M16 clone rather than AR-15, but it's an AK-15 to Joe Biden, I'm sure.
Wait, is the mom holding a Tommy gun?
Yes.
That's
And
girl.
the military style as well.
Yes.
Well, I may not be into MILFs, but right now, hello there.
Student of...
This is a...
the one in the middle might be more your right. Student of History says, "Keep your rifle by your side" by Hope County Choir.
Yeah.
If it wasn't supposed to be the song of the goddamn cult. It's a good song.
Wait, it's a villain song?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't played Far Cry 5. I just know the song.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, they're the bad guys. They're what the left thinks the right wing wants.
Yep. Instead,
Yes,
this
I'm
picture,
right-wing.
this picture is exactly what the right wing wants. It's like, oh, you want to have a rifle? You want to have a machine gun? You want to have a machine pistol? Sure, whatever.
And
Yep.
notice how everyone has trigger discipline.
Fuck trigger discipline. That's the most overrated thing ever. And I say that because if you look at World War I, World War II, even into Vietnam photographs, the trigger discipline is not squeezing the trigger. They can have it on it, but they don't squeeze it because they're not morons.
Yeah, the
There,
problem
I had my
is
rant.
the problem is sympathetic reflexes, which is a thing, and also when
Yes.
and another thing to keep in mind is the first rule. One of the rules is keep your gun pointed in a safe direction, and an enemy or a pedophile is a safe direction.
Yes.
Isn't it always? Wait,
Yes.
yeah, you're repeating yourself.
Yes. Remember, you should only point a firearm at something you're willing to destroy, like pedophiles.
Ultra Maga. Oh shit! Now, okay. I just came up with something cool. Give me half a second. Give me half a second. Just Prime Knight
5.
said something. The Prime Knight just. I'm gonna do a quick sketch here.
I think you're gonna need more
dear.
than half a second to sketch.
Yeah, it's going to take you a bit long. Right. Some
It's a
absolute
fright.
bellend says, "Would you be this upset if it was someone you considered to be a woman dressed that way?" Firstly, if they're drag queens, they're not women. They're not even trans
And
women.
secondly, like, you wouldn't take a kid to a strip club anyway. Like, even if it were all biological women, you still wouldn't take a child to a strip club because it's an adult fucking.
Yes, I wouldn't let a toddler give a female stripper dollar bills.
Oh,
It's
you
just-
are so right wing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Some idiots like, my baby cousin saw this being displayed on national television at the Super Bowl and she was traumatized. And it's some scantily clad, possibly attractive women dancing. And then someone else who's like got a Ukrainian flag and a gay pride flag is like, well, to be fair, kids aren't expected to be up at 11 on a Monday, and if they are, they have bad parents. Boom, BTFO'd. Go.
Hey Basic, would you mind? I'm sending it to you. I found a half-finished sketch and I finished it now. I'd already made it from a joke from once,
Yes.
and here you go.
Yes. Ultra MAGA.
Yes, the
Uh,
true leader of the Autobots.
yeah.
Not enough guns.
Dear.
But we do bring the hammer.
See, the hammer should actually be a gun in this guy.
Yeah, some other pedophile says, who cares? Like, literally, I saw some lady dancing fully in clothing getting paid for it. What's the actual problem? You perverted imagination. Firstly, it's not a lady. Drag queens are not women, by definition. Even by your stupid lefty definitions, drag queens are not women. Because if the drag queen was a woman, they wouldn't be a drag queen, they'd be a woman, you idiot.
You know,
Dare you be so
vote shaming is my
insensitive.
kink.
Mm-hmm.
Vote shaming?
Vote shaming is my kink is the name of this lunatic. Yeah, tells me all I need to
Yeah.
know.
That's a weird. That's got to be a weird round.
So-
you voted for Biden, you dirty boy.
Yeah, and then basically it's just more and more pedophiles. Oh, here's another person who needs to have his head kicked in. But all the whataboutism. No, you fucking idiots. Just because some people who are allegedly right-wing do dumb shit doesn't mean it's okay for you to actually actively indoctrinate children. Meanwhile, let's have a look at some of the photos.
You know, and it's just one of those. It's like that one. It's like, okay, so there's some scantily clad women. That's a
Not
bit
gonna lick
different
itself.
than. Yeah, it's a bit different than something
Giving
that's
dollar
overtly
bills to
sexual.
strippers. To be fair, I'd consider the way they're dressed to be overtly sexual. And I also wouldn't want them my kids associating with skanks like that.
Agreed. but
Skanks
yeah,
like
it's
that are, for me, fully wrapped up and with somebody else's name. They're not for kids.
Agreed. Yes. But yeah, it's like okay, a public outing versus a strip club.
Patrick, I don't know if you got this one or not, but this was another one that was somewhat similar. It came up on my timeline last night.
I don't like the
Oh
sound of
God,
this timeline.
why?
I'm gonna guess that's a no.
Did you share it with him directly, or have you put it somewhere else? for the
It'll be
rest
on
of us
screen
to
shortly
see?
after we finish with these ones.
I just made Bezic sad.
So,
You do like that, don't you?
yeah, so firstly, we've got a bunch of kids sitting on what appear to be lap dance chairs in the middle of the fucking runway in front of the "It's not going to lick itself" sign. And then some pedophile sympathizer in the comments is like, what exactly is your issue with this? 1, drag queens.
Thing.
2, kids being near them, you fucking pedophile. And they got pretty
STA.
decently ratioed.
Yeah, they need to be ratioed into the sun.
Yes.
I'm just looking at that comment here as you went back to the tweet, like, what's your problem with this? It's like, really?
The fact that you don't see a problem with this proves that you're the problem.
Yeah, see, this is that level of these are people who are not around kids. They don't care about kids. It's they don't care about the future. It's all this nihilistic bullshit. And it's like, no, just stop.
And here's one of the kids with a Protect Trans Kids shirt, so presumably they're getting abused.
But the fact that they've covered up a tattoo means they're at least of age from the looks of it.
Maybe. I'm seeing shitloads of leg hair, so either way, not good.
Well, you know what they say, in the song, "Dude looks like a lady."
Yeah. Base Tape says, would you care if a straight person molested children? Yes! How the fuck are you not getting this?
Pretty much.
Here's someone else who's got rainbows of all the things that they want to replace things with. Like, we'll replace homophobia with equality. No, how about we replace you with a smear that is genetically similar to you?
I like this idea. It sounds refreshing.
Violence, kindness. What the judo memery is? Or is that judgment?
Judgment, slander, discrimination, sexism, hate.
I like judo memery. But,
do you idiots even know what slander means? No, they don't, because they left us. Also, they spelt judgment wrong. Illiterate fuckwit. Judgment.
I think you would spell check it before putting on a t-shirt.
Well,
Did he
that would
spell
require
change it?
thinking.
Did he
Whoever
spell
printed the
change it?
shirt was probably like, fuck these people, but I'm taking their money.
It's like, do I call them up and ask about? No, they're a fucking idiot. I don't want to talk to this bell end.
Yep. You know, and I'm just looking at the buzzwords on the shirt, and it's like, you know what? All these words have been hollowed out wrecks of themselves.
Mm-hmm. And you
I'm
want
just-
to see some fucking violence? I'll show you some violence, mate. I'll show you violence like I'm the third monkey on the ramp at Noah's Ark and it's fucking raining.
Oh, I like this one.
Yes, we can thank Ardent Party for that one. Ah. Now then. God damn you, Disco.
What horrors is
I've
she
made
doing to us
Bezic
now?
sad. I've distracted him while I order food. Trying to see what will be brought to me.
How
Or can be brought
about
to me.
a drag queen upskirting a bunch of kids while reading to them?
What?
You're welcome.
Are you gonna show this on stream, or are we gonna be?
It's
blessed by
already
that?
on stream.
What? Oh, it's like oh. Oh.
Yeah, student of history.
The expression on that thing's face, it's just like, it knows exactly what it's doing.
I'm having fun flashing my dick to children because I'm a fucking pervert.
Why, Disco? Why? Why?
Why do you hate us?
Now you
Why do you hate us? I thought we were friends. Why? Why, Disco? Why?
Her definition
Friends-
of friendship is people to torture, apparently.
Yeah, and here she's like all cute, like share, sharing is caring.
Friends share with one another.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the kind of sharing you do with friends.
Well, I'll tell you
share,
what.
like,
When you,
You
I
share
tell you
a
This-
what,
bottle
Jim,
of beer.
when
You share
when
dinner.
you show up and do Valheim,
You borrow a
I'll
shovel
think
to help
about
bury the
not sharing
body.
with you.
Not
How's
this
that?
kind of sharing.
How's that, Jim? You show up for Valheim, and I'll stop sharing things like this with you.
That's a
Instead, she'll
lie.
just share them with me and then I'll share them with you.
Shit. I'm not escaping this, am I?
No.
No.
Also, need I remind you that you showed up just in time for this?
Yes, I did.
Your timing is nothing
I-
if not impeccable.
Oh, just why?
Student of history says, Basics in a thick Aussie accent. That's not violence. This is violence. I don't speak Aussie, bro.
You're a trans Texan after all.
Yes.
How's the transition going?
Poorly. They still haven't
Yeah,
removed some of those stupid requirements from green cards yet.
Well, see, what you need to do is first get your Stetson adectomy, and then slip over to Mexico for vacation, and then go up into California, and you're set.
Your home country will just note you as unfortunately culturally appropriated.
Yeah, just hang out at the parking lot of Home Depot at 6 a.m. looking for work, and they'll think you're a Mexican. So there you go.
Yep, clearly. Well, if I hang out long enough and then sneak over to California, they'll just give me free fucking citizenship.
Exactly. You'll be treated better than the natural-born citizens.
Dear. What else have we got? Callum Dyson's like, I was going to ask anything else, then this pops up.
Yeah, but now he's going to need some comfort food and
Yes.
beer.
Lots
Hell,
of
I've
beer.
after the damn strip club with little kids with drag queens. I've opened up a beer and it's not even noon.
I need more
This
beer.
is bad.
I don't even think I have any cider
Mhm.
with me.
I got beer in the cooler, but
Yep.
I don't feel like it right now.
I am currently seeing what food will be delivered to here, though.
It won't be
Well, on the
ribs.
positive note, that wasn't ribs, by the way. I refuse from the description I was given.
Were you whinging about my ribs to trim?
That
Yes.
wasn't ribs, Disco. I don't care what you think it was. That wasn't ribs.
You were whinging about my ribs to trim.
Yes.
They're not ribs. They're meaty bones at best.
I have to side with him on this one.
I was hungry.
Well, yeah, but don't call them ribs.
It says that my options are pizza or burger.
Yes,
How about a pizza burger?
Yes. Both.
both is good. Oh dear. What's next?
Can we have something not related to pedophilia for fucking once, please?
Nope.
We can take
God damn it!
we can take a short break, then we'll go back to the pedophilia.
Why you do this?
I
What?
think you take some kind of weird sick pleasure in this, Bezek.
But
I mean,
the
he's got a
traumatized
captive
trim
audience.
noises are hilarious.
Right?
So, speaking of fascism, Belarus has banned the sale of 1984. Which is about the most 1984 thing I can think of to do.
Well, the best thing ever would just be to ban communism.
Banned the
But that's
sale
never
of
gonna happen.
1984.
Yeah.
It's like, that's making us look bad.
People are reading the
I
book
have
and
an idea.
and going,
Notice.
"Oh, our government's doing that."
People are reading our source material.
No, that's not our idea. We can't let them take our idea.
Yep. So, as the article says, in a very 1984 news, Belarus has banned the sale of 1984. Security forces detained Andrei. Not attempting.
Yanukovych, I believe.
Publisher and bookstore owner confiscated 200 books with a focus on 1984 because that's not 1984 at all. The Belarusian newspaper also reported that they had obtained a copy of the government order to halt sales of Orwell's book, which was banned in the Soviet Union until 1988. Though the paper said it would not publish the order due to security concerns. The story quoted it saying, "Withdraw from sale all versions of the book. The implementation will be reported no later than May 19th. Well, that's
I'd like to
awfully
be
fucking
called out.
fascistic.
We don't like to be called out, do we?
Oh, and they've suspended the activities of several publishing houses for the violation of regulations on registration at the Information Ministry, the literal Ministry of Truth. Like, we aren't fucking memeing like the American one, an actual Ministry of Truth.
Wait, you're not kidding?
No.
I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding.
Well, fuck.
Yep. In other news of fascism, Google has been ordered to pay John Barilaro, some douchebag, $715,000 over so-called vulgar YouTube videos. So, you know,
Okay.
we all know how America's got Section 230, right?
Yeah.
This is what Section 230 is supposed to prevent. So, former New South Wales deputy fuckwit, John Barilaro, has been awarded shitloads of money in defamation damages over YouTube videos. He sued Google in the federal court over its failure to remove the sketch videos, which were made by the comedian Jordan Shanks and published in September and October 2020. The former MP said they were vulgar, offensive, portrayed him as a corrupt conman, and included racial slurs referencing his Italian heritage.
Oh, he was a wop. Then.
Hold on,
I'm sorry. I think he.
How
he
is it
forgot the word
defamation if
truth.
it's true?
Yeah. How does he mistakes truth?
Yeah. But he said that they were vulgar, offensive, and portrayed him as a corrupt conman and include racist slurs. Okay, vulgar, don't care. Offensive, don't care. Portrayed him as a corrupt conman. True. I thought truth was supposed to be a complete defense against defamation. So, Justice, I'm a fucking idiot and have no concept of free speech, said the videos constitute a relentless and vicious campaign against Mr. Barilaro. All two of them. And then he accepted that the retired politician was traumatized and said Google had failed to take responsibility for its conduct as a publisher. I thought Google wasn't a publisher. Like, come on, pay attention, you fucking idiots. Also, the politician was traumatized? Too fucking bad! I'm sure he's really upset on his hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars he gets every year for doing nothing of value.
You know what? This douchebag Ballerano or whatever. If he comes over to the States, I want to go heckle him.
Yes.
Nice.
Because what's he gonna do? Sue me? I think not.
Mm-hmm.
You're American. You laugh at his
because Australia
pathetic
doesn't
lawsuit.
have a Section 230 or a concept known as human rights.
Human what now?
Yeah, you ask the American.
Yeah. We don't respect them very well, but at least we pretend to have them.
Yeah.
Well, pretends.
But like all Australian politicians, nothing offends him more than being called out on his criminal activity.
It's just like that Metal Gear Rising meme, where we can steal and public blah 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 as we wish.
Yeah. Well, in good news, we can move on. How about we have a... So, speaking of corrupt politicians and pedophiles...
Oh, what about Joe Biden?
For those who are still doubting if they're going to vote this resolution, let me maybe recall what happened the last weeks in Europe concerning the sanctions. The Americans, when the war started on the 24th of February, were capable immediately, 3 weeks after that, to launch, by an executive order of President Biden, an embargo on oil, on coal and gas. And they did that at the 8th of March. So the war started on 24th of February, and the 8th of March, with an executive order, the Americans are ready to stop the funding of the war machine of Putin. And you have to compare that with the way we in Europe have handled that same issue. For us, it has taken 3 months to come to a conclusion. It was on I think the 4th of May that Mrs. von der Leyen said, yeah, I have a proposal, 2 months after the Americans. And then it has taken 3 weeks, nearly a month, to decide it. And it will be implemented by the end of the year. And there will be an exception for a number of member states, especially for Hungary, because of unanimity and the veto right. That's the reality of today. Europe is not fit for the world of tomorrow. The world of tomorrow is not a world of nation states, dear colleagues. The world of tomorrow is a world of empires, if you want it or not. China is an empire. India is an empire. The US are an empire. Russia wants to be an empire. And in such a world, only a European Union that is not based on unanimity, not based on veto rights, not based on such an instruments can survive. And therefore, I think we did a good thing to ask for a convention, Article 48, and to concentrate us on the main issue that blocks the Union for the moment. And that is this unanimity rule, the veto right that exists today in our treaties.
Yes, student of history, he is actually calling for a pan-European empire. Only a European Union without vetoes can survive. Right, so the individual states can go fuck themselves because they're just part of your empire and they have no rights.
Fuck this guy.
So this is basically the Fourth Reich. I'm calling it
Yes.
now.
Yes, this is the Fourth Reich.
I've been calling it the Fourth Reich ever since this fucking douchebag started opening his mouth years ago.
Yep.
Like, they're not even afraid to literally say it now. Like everything where they were like, oh, the Brexit conspiracy theories, like we're not doing that. That's just a Brexit conspiracy theory, and then they come out with shit like this, and it's like, nope, you were totally doing it.
Yep.
They can't even say union properly. Every time it says union, it's union.
Well,
Sounds like
and
a
then he's like, let's
retarded
change
read.
the treaties and reform the EU as citizens want. What fucking citizens of where want to give up their nation's veto rights?
Like
People who are
he's
really
literally
well paid.
complaining that like he couldn't just impose things on them, and you can see like the contempt that when is it Hungary he talks about, and it's like they get exceptions. It's like, yeah, because they didn't want to fucking do it. It's like they get exceptions because they don't want their country to be dragged into this, and you're angry that you couldn't make them.
Yep. And this is why the UK is lucky they fucking left.
Yeah, and you know, historically speaking, Hungary being part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire knows what it's like to be shoved in this, you know, some blender of bullshit.
Yep. It's utterly fucking ridiculous. Up next, we have Meme.
What convinced you of your theory?
Well, what started to happen was they just started saying it publicly in front of cameras.
What we are very proud of now is
You
the
stole
young
that from me,
generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina, and so on, so that we penetrate the cabinets.
I'm going to have to ask you the same question now. What convinced you of your theory?
Well, what started to happen is
They just started to say it publicly in front of cameras.
Was your data included in the data sold to the malicious third parties?
Yes.
At least they're being honest now.
Based in the chat was like, send Bez the John Trump meme disco. And it's like he already stole it.
Been there, stole that.
Oh god. This is why I hate EU and everyone who supports it.
Yep.
Klaus Schwab, go die in a ditch. The same for you, Guy Verhofstadt. I hope you all burn in Minecraft. I mean Terraria.
By their
Yes.
own hand, then it's okay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they
self-inflicted. Self-abortion. There we go.
They literally are just saying it out loud now. Like they don't care anymore. It's just like, yep, we are trying to like rule Europe from a dictatorship. Like that's what we want to do. We don't like it that countries can say no, or that countries have to like we have to wait for them to have their input. No, we just want to tell them what they're gonna do.
When a conflict
Hey, you
It's
guys
like,
want
no,
a fun fact?
you want to be like America, you know that there would be elections, right? You wouldn't just get to appoint yourselves as fucking head of the EU.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Fun fact: Klaus Schwab's father was a part of the SS. From what I've gathered, I might have heard wrong, but from what I've heard, Klaus Schwab's daddy was an SS man.
Well,
You know
wouldn't
what?
Or at least
surprise
something
me.
close to it.
I mean,
I wouldn't be shocked.
let's just make it a fact check truth, just because fact checks bullshit.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, let's change topics a bit. So, we will go back to...
You're gonna go back to the chipper, aren't you?
very briefly and then move away from it. So remember our
Go to
pedo
the
sympathizer
temporarily.
who wants to get rid of guns but not child porn? Well, let's see how getting rid of guns works out. How about bullets being fired into a police station?
Well, those aren't bullets, because guns are illegal.
Yeah, it's completely hallucinatory.
Yes,
The people
clearly.
who died by gunshots are actually just been stabbed by really, really weird knives.
Yep.
Good afternoon. A manhunt is underway on the Gold Coast after a drive-by
Well, that just means we
shooting
should
at a
take their
police beat
guns
overnight.
harder.
Charlton Hearts on the Gold Coast. Charlton, what do we know so far?
Well, this really is a terrifying attack. A police site peppered with bullets in a drive-by attack with a number of people inside. It happened early this morning around 4 o'clock on Napa Road. Residents near that Arundel police beat woken streets away by the...
So, there you go. That's how gun control is working out. The criminals are shooting at the police. Predicted by...
Oh, like everywhere.
Yeah, like everywhere. And look at how they're fear-mongering. Oh, terrifying incident, peppered with bullets. 2 bullets fired at the police.
You know what?
Good guy with
during
a gun.
during the BLM riots in Lynchburg, Virginia, the police armored vehicle took 4 or 5 rounds compared to this. So,
yep.
Yeah. No, I don't care.
Yep.
I just don't care.
Ardent Party asks, what the fuck is a police beat? It's basically a super mini police station where the cops live. Like if you're a cop and you want to save money, get assigned a police beat. You basically live in the back room and then you talk to members of the public and don't actually do real police work. Yeah. So this was June 6th, a week ago. Not even a full week. Meanwhile, on the 9th of June, police investigating shooting at heavyweight boxer Justice Hooney's Brisbane home. Police are investigating an early morning shooting at the Brisbane home of heavyweight boxer Justice Hooney. At least 5 shots were fired into the Sunnybank Hills home on Goorong Street at 4 a.m. Oh no! How'd that happen? And we've got...
God only knows.
And we've got footage. So we'll just have a quick look.
You know,
Yeah, I got no words.
That's gun control for you.
Yeah, it's totally necessary, guys, for a functioning society. You know,
That's great.
Or else we'll, end up with freedom. That wouldn't be good for our pan-European empire.
Student history, yeah.
Dear pedos.
Student history says, but I thought Australia banned guns. How could this happen? It's almost as if criminals aren't known for respecting the fucking law.
What?
Weird.
That's heresy.
Oh, how about
Oh.
police siege ends at Nerang on the Gold Coast. 2 men taken into custody. 2 men are in police custody after an 18-hour siege at a home in Nerang on the Gold Coast. The Queensland Police Service spokeswoman said both men, who were on return to prison warrants, have now been arrested and police would revoke an emergency declaration in the area. The men had been holed up with a handgun since 5 p.m. yesterday when officers arrived with the warrants. What's that? Criminals who were wanted with warrants had a handgun? No, it couldn't possibly.
Imagine my shock.
Yeah.
Just fuck me. Fuck me sideways.
Oh, that's for the Drag Queen Story Hour.
No! You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Goddamn America.
And of course, the pair were persons of interest and were possibly connected to a drive-by shooting at the police beat on Monday morning. And a random shooting through a car window at Coolangatta on Saturday. One of the men had allegedly cut off a GPS ankle tracking bracelet and had been on the run prior to being confronted by police. So that's right. 2 arrested and charged criminals had a gun. You know, the thing that you're not allowed to have if you've been arrested and charged. That's right, student history. Handguns in Australia, how could they? Don't they know those are illegal?
But aren't criminals the most law-abiding of all citizens? If there's like, I need a gun to commit crime, but they're illegal. Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, isn't
it? Did that Queenslander sign have 2 giant vagina art installations?
Yeah, possibly. I don't know what they are, but they look stupid.
I mean, it's like, oh look, the ovaries are floating in the air. Great.
Yep. Meanwhile, in Darwin, man charged with firearms offences after allegedly threatening boss with gun. A 50-year-old man has been charged with aggravated assault and several firearms-related offences after allegedly threatening his employer with a firearm at a business in the Darwin suburb of Berrima. Blah, blah, blah. The charges include possession of an unlicensed firearm, failure to meet firearm storage requirements, and possession of ammunition without a permit. What's that? The gun wasn't registered and he wasn't licensed? Who'd have fucking thought?
Okay, do you think Paul Joseph Watson is gonna sue me if I keep using his quote?
Which quote's that?
Imagine my shock.
No, he probably won't.
Lovely. Just imagine my fucking shock.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Sweden...
Yeah.
Swedish police concerned Ukrainian war weapons may end up in hands of local gangs. You know, the
illegals.
Yeah. But you know, the weapons that they've just been throwing out to any man who walks past?
Yeah. I need some of that.
Well, that's it. If Joe Biden was going to give away billions of dollars worth of military equipment, why couldn't it have been to us?
I mean, he
Or to
already
his
gave
own
away
citizens.
shit. No, he's too busy giving it to the Al-Qaeda or the Taliban.
Yeah. Well, that's it. All Americans want is the right to have the same guns that Joe Biden paid for the Taliban to have.
Exactly. Or better, because we like to accessorize.
Yes.
My shit's custom.
Yep, so surprising absolutely nobody, Swedish police are growing concerned that weapons being used in the Ukrainian conflict with Russia may end up being smuggled out of the country by arms traffickers who may then sell those weapons onto the gangs of immigrants operating in Sweden.
Oh my, how offensive. They said criminal immigrant gangs.
Yeah.
It's having fully automatic rifles is part of their culture. You can't deny them their culture, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, throwing grenades at each other. That's just love.
Yep.
Love is love, damn it.
Death and robots.
Yeah. Many of the weapons in Sweden currently that are involved in the country's surge in fatal shootings have been trafficked from the Balkans and were used during the various Yugoslav wars in the 1990s. What's that? Arms dealers just steal guns and run away with them? And then sell them to other criminals who then use them to commit crime? Who'd have fucking thunk it?
I surely never would have. Criminals are such lovely, law-abiding people who just get caught up because the system's racist.
Yep.
Yes, very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So meanwhile, Huffington Post is even more pissed off about school shooters and useless cops than they are about people with guns, apparently. Armed Texas man says cops stopped him from confronting shooter outside school. Cody Brasino said he went after the Robb Elementary School shooter after seeing the gunman crash his truck outside, but police told him to stay back and shut up. Texas...
I hope we're getting to the Uvalde sheriff, or whatever the fuck that bastard was, being appointed to the city council, or winning an election to it.
Big one to see.
That bastard.
I guarantee that's why he held back, because Peter, whatever his name, or Pete, whatever his name was, he got elected to the city board, so he was covering his ass harder than a straight guy walking through Pride.
Yep. Uvalde Schools Police Chief Pete Arredondo dipshit sworn into city council. Absolute dipshit.
Let's see how long that lasts.
I'm sure it'll last a long time.
Damn long. One day is too damn long. This guy needs to be tried, hopefully convicted of gross negligence in the homicide of each and every one of those kids. Because fuck that guy.
Like, at this point, put him down as the fucking accessory to each and every one of those murders, and we'll hang him.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he gets the firing squad on principle.
Steven Crowder tried to interview this guy, but unfortunately they could only reach one of his subordinates, Hugh Jepose.
Yes. So, going back to the other article, some of us might remember that he took a couple of shots at the funeral workers across the road when he crashed. So this says a Texas funeral worker was one of the first people to come face to face with the gunman, so he immediately armed himself to stop the shooter, but was stopped by police, leaving him feeling guilty that he couldn't do more. Cody Brasino said he was working at the funeral home near the Uvalde school when he saw a shooting suspect, I'm not naming that scum-sucking cunt because he doesn't deserve the fame, crash his pickup truck in a nearby ditch and emerged from the vehicle with an evil look on his face, he told NBC News. We locked eyes and he gave me this vibe. I told him, are you okay? Me thinking he was dazed out. Brasino said that the 18-year-old then turned into his vehicle where he retrieved a rifle. As the teen started to load the firearm, Brasino yelled at a co-worker who had joined him outside to run. Both of them safely escaped the spray of gunfire that was fired at them, allowing Brasino to retrieve his own gun from his wife and charge after the shooter. That's when a police officer stopped him. Hey, where are you going? He recalled the officer asking him. He told the officer he was going to stop the gunman and pointed out that the suspect was already inside the school. He was instead told to stay back and shut up.
See, this is what I was saying last week. Like, they didn't just not do anything. They actively got in the way.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And, this is one of those situations where American culture is like, at least it used to be. It's changing, unfortunately. You see something bad going down, you stop and you fucking do something. I say this as somebody who just the other day saw a couple and the woman was distraught. I pulled up and asked what happened, and concealed carry and all that. And luckily it was, like some family member died and they just found out, but it was like, no, I'm getting involved. I'm being a fucking nosy bastard because we don't just let things happen culturally. And unfortunately, in like big cities where they videotape, some guy raping a woman on the fucking subway in New York City, that shithole.
That wasn't even that long ago, was it?
That was, what, 3 months ago?
Yeah, something like 3 months ago.
So, yeah, it's like, no, most people do not and should not just wait for the police to get involved. Even if they're on scene, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Question everything.
Yep.
But no, this is why the Second Amendment is important, because when you see something going like this, every citizen has a duty to respond.
Yes. Including those cops who are running away from the bad guy.
Yeah.
And none of this, the Supreme Court says they don't have a duty. One, that's not what that means. Two, that needs to be over fucking turned right fucking now. Anyway. If
why are they paying out taxpayer money if they don't have a duty to protect? Like, why are they there?
Why are they fucking there?
In that case, we get rid of the funded ones, the state-funded ones, and hire a company who is.
Well, that's it. If they've if they don't have a duty to protect, well, why? Fuck it. Let's defund the police like the fucking left is suggesting. Because if the cops aren't going to stop fucking crime, well, there's no fucking use in them.
Yeah, we'll hire a company who has got it in their contract to fucking protect then.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's one of those. While I'm not a fan of use of force being kind of glossed over, it's sometimes use of force is justifiable by non-law enforcement individuals. And you know what?
Yes, and someone shooting children justifies them being shot.
Well, and all right. So back on this, I was listening to a news radio article where the reason they didn't breach for over 40 minutes, they said, and we know it's longer, was because they didn't have the right keys. I'm sorry.
The right keys.
The right fucking keys.
Break the door.
They have battering rams. A one-man battering ram could have breached that door. Even if it was reinforced, they have tools for this. And there's no fucking excuse, and every officer on scene, all 150, needs to be held accountable. And if they were ordered by this, Pete Arando, or fuck that guy, they all need to be held responsible for criminal negligence.
Yes.
Period. End of story.
And, oh no, the door. Are you telling me the entire fucking building didn't have a single window? Get a guy up on a fucking ladder, smash the window in, shoot the cunt. Or better yet, shoot him repeatedly through the window. Just climb up a ladder, smash the window in if you can't get in line on him, pull the curtain open and shoot him. Oh, but I might get shot. Too fucking bad.
They don't have curtains in most schools because kids will play with them and damage them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and we've all gone through, the footage and whatnot. They could have gotten a sniper on site, aimed at this guy with him being in the room, even at angles.
Yeah.
So unless he was hugging the wall right there, it's like, no.
Yeah, Student History says, by the grace of God, borrow the fire department's Axis Halligan/hammers and make a fucking door if you need to.
Yes. Yes. No, yeah, the Halligan is an impressive tool for breaching.
Yep. It's almost as if there's a reason they've survived for like 100 fucking years. Can opener on steroids.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you just look at it and it's like, my door's open. What the hell? Yep.
Oh, here we go. Do we remember the mother who was handcuffed and nearly arrested after unsuccessfully imploring this coward to take action, who finally managed to jump a fence and run inside school for her 2 sons, said there was not one single officer inside the school when she arrived. You could hear the gunshots, it was still active. So none of this, oh, we thought it had turned into a barricade suspect thing. There were still gunshots. It's an active shooter. Go in there and kill him or die trying.
If you're not willing to do your duty as a police officer, then take your badge, take it off, and give it to Smith. Let someone else who's willing to do it do the job you're unable to do, you fucking bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
It's not just it's not just pussies, it's not just cowardice. Like, this is what really gets me. The standing in the way of the people who were trying to do something. It's like, no, we're gonna get in the fucking way. No, we're gonna stand here like cowards. No, we're gonna stand here getting in the way.
They wanted the children to die.
Pretty much.
It seems that way.
That's the only
conclusion. I guarantee these parents would have gone in that room unarmed if they could. And yeah, maybe they would have all died, but they would have tried. They actually would have fucking tried.
Yep.
So, yeah, no. I'm this whole anti-gun debate over this, everybody that says, oh, well, it's for the kids, they can go fuck themselves. Because clearly...
Wasn't it a good guy with a gun that actually ended up solving this issue?
It was a good
No,
guy with a gun, but this one was actually a cop. One of the TAC guys from Border Patrol. After they finally got sick and fucking tired of the dumb cunt local coppers getting in their fucking way, went in and solved business.
Yep. So,
it was the 3 TAC guys who'd been nearby doing TAC guy shit, and then were on scene within 15 minutes, were then delayed on orders of City Councillor Fuckchuckle.
There should be some kind of punishment for these police officers.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Student History does point out that the police are not required to protect you. Well, they fucking well should be. If they aren't required to protect you, there's no value to them.
Yeah, why are we required to pay them?
Yep.
What are they doing?
Like, if they're not
around in fucking rainbow flags, that's what they seem to be doing.
Yep. If they are not required to protect you, fuck it. Let's go with what the leftists say and defund them. Not just defund them, disband them. We'll go full anarcho-capitalism and be fucking done with these cunts.
People protect themselves instead. Just give the people their guns.
Yep. All we need is a couple of coils, and problem fucking solved.
Yep.
No, just a bunch of people who actually care about their own people, who care about their family.
Well, hell, they don't even. It's like you care about your community, so you're going to stop this shit from going down.
Yeah.
And I guarantee that if people were more engaged in their community, they would have seen the problems with this kid and addressed it far sooner and in a more positive way than leaving it for some expert.
Mm-hmm.
But the experts need something to do as well.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? The experts need to be on the firing line then.
Yeah. And
preferably on the receiving end.
And this, Hillary, is why people need an AR-15. So when the cops are a bunch of pussy cowards and fuck us around for 45 minutes, when they finally get there, they're not picking up your dead body, they're cleaning the scumbag off your front doorstep. That's what AR-15s are for. They're for turning scumbags into a puddle of blood on the front step. Yep. If the cops are such fucking cowards, they can shop after you've handled business, drag the guy's body away, sweep the blood off your doorstep, and take notes for the insurance company because you've got 30 holes in the door.
Better to have some air holes than a dead kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Student history is at the point of the whole of unrestricted gun possession and fuck the pussy cops.
Yeah, no, repeal the NFA. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
NFA 1934 eliminated. No ATF. No,
Shall
1986
not
gun
be infringed.
Nothing. Exactly. Because anybody who legally owns a fully automatic weapon knows it's so damn expensive. You're not just wasting ammunition because that's fucking stupid.
Callum Dyson says, who needs an AR-15? An SMG or PDW is good enough. Full rifle caliber stuff leads to complications. Overpen and that stuff when shooting in tight space. No, that's the point. You want to turn cover into concealment. You don't have to get in a gun, but you don't have to get into a gun battle up close with a knife wielding douchebag if you shoot him 4 times through the door.
Yep. And you know what? This is one of those things. If you look back, and again, this is very Yankee bullshit kind of thing. So go ahead, Euros, make fun of me. But it's like we used to be a very heavily armed society, and it still are compared to others, but not like we used to be. And crime, while it still happened, it had immediate repercussions for those who committed it. And I'm not not just street justice. I mean, it was like posses back in the Old West were rounded up. They would go out, they'd pursue criminals, and they'd bring them for trial. Because everyone was expected and actually kind of demanded to be armed just for their own personal safety from wildlife.
Well, let's bring back part of the old English system. Every man must be armed, and if we raise a hue and cry, well, we're forming an impromptu posse and we're going to go get that cunt.
Yep. Hell, American culture prior to the Civil War, every man who was physically able and psychologically able was required to be part of a local militia. And we're talking everywhere from Florida and Texas all the way up to Maine and Michigan. And it was a very big social event where they would get together and train once a month. But it was expected and demanded of every able-bodied male to participate. So in 2022, since we've made the mistake of universal suffrage, I would say, men, women, everybody who can reasonably tote a firearm should be required by law and under penalty of imprisonment, go out and join a local, and when I say local defense force, I mean one that's actually recognized, not full of fucking lunatics, and go out, train, socialize, get to know your neighbor. Well, there are some subtle differences, but it's like, basically, it's part of integrating into any community in which you live. And that's the thing. It's like you have discipline, you have rigor. And
well, that's it. You also have a lot less muggings and robberies when the guy puts his mask on, goes into the store, and is like, "Give me the money." Bob, is that you?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh shit, I know this guy. I'm not going to just take stuff from him because I know this guy works really hard. He told me last weekend at drill how
I was thinking it around the other way, but yes, that too.
Yeah.
Because both that way, where they know everyone, but also the other way, where it's like the guy in the shop knows that that's Billy Bob dipshit, so the cops are going to be straight round his house in 5 minutes' time to kick his teeth in.
Exactly.
We both have the consequential one and also the moral argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's super.
Because that's the way all society... I know I'm uniquely focused on American stuff, but from all of my readings through history, that's the way a lot of countries operated until the late 1800s. When they started doing professional policing. So...
Yep.
Again, I'll stop you when I disagree with you.
You're never stopping me, are you?
Oh,
no.
God.
Keep going.
Sorry, everybody. That was just a very long, bloated rant, but I just needed to get this off my chest for years.
Well, speaking of assault weapons bans, the federal government's own study concluded that its ban on assault weapons didn't reduce gun violence. No shit! Something like 96% of all firearms-related crime is committed with a handgun, and most of that is by gangbanging thugs, which is not a gun problem, it's a dipshit problem.
Or suicide, yeah.
And suicide shouldn't fucking count.
Nope.
For two reasons. One, it's not them using the gun against someone else. Two, leave the poor bastard alone, he was already miserable.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking too much again. They need to dance on the corpses, remember? And suicide corpses are just as able to be danced upon.
Yeah.
That woman in the photo there, she needs a larger capacity magazine and preferably a better scope.
It's better scopes. The only thing that should mean is that you can shoot them from further away.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Student history's like, but I bet no one will decide to repeal the ban. Well, the assault weapons ban was repealed. I think it only lasted about a decade.
Yeah, it was like from 92 or so through 2001.
94 to 2004, this article's saying.
Oh, there we go. All right. That's more memory than I had, so.
I need to get something cold to drink. It's fucking hot in here now. It's Norwegian summer. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Let me guess. It's the same temperature as it is here, and I'm thinking it's almost time to turn the heater on.
You weirdos. I was playing around in 40 degrees Fahrenheit with shorts and a t-shirt last week, so.
You poor
and I don't do...
You poor soul.
I was loving every moment of it.
Some of us live in places with this thing called sunlight.
I think we get
there is sunlight here
once a year, maybe.
There's a lot of sunlight here.
Nice.
That one day where everyone rushes outside for half an hour to get their yearly intake of vitamin D.
All that vitamin D.
I was kind of expecting them to catch fire, but turns out they're pretty hardy.
Yeah, I have to agree with student of history again. Norwegian summer is 60 degrees Fahrenheit? Probably.
Trip's probably sitting there and the water's barely just unfrozen.
Yeah, it is always kind of funny listening to Arch when it gets to summer and he's like, "It's too fucking hot. I fucking hate summer." And it's like, Barch, have you been able to take your jumper off yet, mate?
Yeah. When you're wearing wool in 110 degrees Fahrenheit with 95% humidity, then come at me.
Why would you be wearing wool? That sounds self-inflicted. You know you can take clothing off, right?
Well, it was
I'm just
for
wearing
the
my
historical program.
underpants. I'm wearing my underpants and my T-shirt right now because
Thanks for
I'm in
sharing.
my home.
Yeah, historical program where I had to be dressed like a gentleman from the 1860s.
It still sounds self-inflicted.
Yes, it is.
Well, it was, but it was
What
going to
the fuck
be
is
miserable regardless.
I use the superior metric system and the Celsius.
You use the fucking French measurements. Just man
the
up and
only
admit
good thing to come out of France was the metric system.
No, that was the worst thing to come out of France.
Yeah.
No, the
What
worst
I
to
need
come
to-
out of France.
Bleach.
I'll be back.
What is the definition of an inch? Guess what? It's measured in millimeters.
But see, you're like, oh, look at my superior base 10 measurements. Well, you know what? That just means you've capitulated to the world government. I've gone full proper English and British measurement systems. Fuck you.
Yes. Oh dear. Meanwhile, the U.S. House of Reps voted 226 to 194 to criminalize disassembling, cleaning, and reassembling your gun without a firearm manufacturer's license, including 8 Republicans.
All right, whoever these 8 Republicans are need to be yeeted during the primaries.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a fun time.
Yep.
Yep.
They also voted
Everybody
228 to 199 to approve Title 1 of the gun bill, which would raise the age for gun purchases from 18 to 21. 10 dipshit Republicans. Look, dipshits. You can't restrict people from having something in civilian life that they're allowed to have if they join the fucking army. You can't sit there giving a guy a machine gun for 3 years and going, no, you can't have a bolt-action rifle at home.
Yeah, nope. And just looking at this Arizona Politico, the list of the Republicans, like Ohio, New York, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York. New Yorkers are subhuman scum. Just saying it now.
Are subhuman scum.
Yeah, most politicians from New York are loud, so just saying.
Isn't AOC a New York politician?
Yes.
Good.
I mean, I personally have a beef against all New Yorkers, and I even have family up there. And it's like, yeah, no, I don't talk to you people. Fuck off.
Oh dear. I will also grab a coffee. Keep the chat entertained, boys.
Yes. The Ardent Party, yeah, New York subway riders especially. Yeah, no, it's like you take public transportation in New York, you kind of deserve what you get.
Public transportation should be a crime.
Callum Dayton, now your friend from Cuba is not a native New Yorker. Sorry, yeah, it's just no. And I say that because my great uncle was like, yeah, he was he came to New York. He luckily escaped and went to New Jersey, which was surprisingly a better state. And he hated New Yorkers, even though he had to go to the city for work every day of his life. But,
what about Spider-Man?
No, fuck him too.
We got Batman.
Yep. Ooh, I'm sorry, Callum.
Huh?
Yeah. Callum was just his family was Cuban exiles, which most are. Grew up and lived in New York. And it's like, I mean, but culturally, was he a New Yorker? That's my big question. So.
We can say that a small amount of New Yorkers are.
Important question. Is it really escaping from communism if you end up in New York?
No,
Not really.
It's not. You're just going for a different form and flavor with a really god awful fucking accent. Oh, You got some water.
New
for
York
my
is more like a
coffee?"
hive city.
Yeah, it is. It should
Oh,
be
for
nuked
the
from
8th?
orbit.
Shit. Wait, the 8th. Aren't those the Night Hunters?
Don't know.
I don't remember
Yep.
I don't remember my chapter lore.
Student of history is a Connecticuter, and sorry, I can't remember your proper proper term for you fine people, but yeah, agreed. New York City, Delinda Est. So yeah,
There we go.
yeah,
the 8th.
exactly.
Yeah. New York is fitting ground for getting more recruits to the sick fuck legion known as Night Hunters.
It's like let's see, UCBI. Yeah, you know who you are. Yeah, Escape from New York. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. That was a great movie because that shithole got turned into a prison colony, and yeah, I mean, Snake Plissken was right. Just kill them all. In Minecraft, clearly, or movie magic. I'm not ashamed of my biases. And it's like I don't consider like upstate New York part of New York City. It's like the Empire State versus the festering shithole on the Hudson.
I like the descriptions.
I mean, I'm just that big of a bigot against New Yorkers. It's like, oh, well, what about their race? I don't care. You're from New York City. Go fuck yourself.
You're a big bigot?
Bigotry, small tree. It's all a type of tree.
Yeah.
Oak.
It's the best kind of tree, though.
Yeah. Let's see. Student of history, live in unspecified county, quite rural. Yep. Sight of a New York plate invokes deep hatred within my soul. Absolutely. I deal with I-95 here. Yeah, quite a bit in the Mid-Atlantic, and I just I see that plate and I know there's a moron on board. It's not like Maryland level of
New York or California?
Ooh. I would actually say New York. Because they think they're better than everybody else, where Californians are just so unfortunately stoned out of their gourds where they'll just like take a shit on any street. New Yorkers are actively saying they're better than everybody else.
Huh.
Yeah,
Returns
I
with
will
coffee.
agree. My biggest hang up with Trump was he was a New Yorker. I won't lie.
Yeah.
It's I voted against Trump in the primaries because he was from New York City.
So who did we say was from Connecticut?
A student of history.
Excellent. So he's the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court?
I guess or maybe King Bezek's court.
I will start an empire, take over the whole world, and make China pay for it.
I mean, based.
I approve.
And I'm a Midwesterner by birth. I grew up in the Mid-Atlantic as well, so I've been around, and I gotta say, this cultural homogenation that I see from New Yorkers brought into everywhere else sucks ass. I mean, it really does.
Well, I've rapidly come to believe that any large city is just a blight on humanity.
That's fair.
Just large cities in general. They're the problem. What else did we have? Oh yes, some super old pictures from back when America was the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Land of the what now?
Free. It's a foreign concept to all of us who live in authoritarian shitholes like Europe and Australia.
Yeah, I sorry, I have a trouble getting my head around that one.
Callum Dayton asks, so London and Birmingham are to be smacked? Yes, but for entirely different reasons.
So it's one of those. I knew with my grandfather, and I talk about my great grandfather later. My grandfather was 1916 was when he was born, and grew up in a fairly rural part of the U.S. They always had guns around, but they never gave a damn about them because they were just a tool for going out and hunting and getting food on the table. And they basically had military-grade firearms of that period.
Well, here in this picture we're looking at the moment, it looks like we have a police officer, or some kind of officer. Sadly, we have no pixels to tell.
Ironically, it looks like it says
Hans something.
Say, it almost looks like Connecticut officer, police department, or
something.
Like that,
and he appears to be showing a couple of children in a school, including the child who has what appears to be a 12-gauge fuck you shotgun in the hands of a kid who is less than fucking 12. That kid looks like he's 6.
Yep. And from the look of the uniform, I'm thinking early 1960s.
Yep. Though I think they still wear similar uniforms to that in... Where am I thinking of that has uniforms like that? I think the old parts of... Is it the old parts of New York, or am I thinking of Boston?
You're thinking Boston.
Yeah, Boston, where the cops still look like Chads, even if they aren't.
Exactly. Yep. And I will say... Boston police definitely, they don't fuck around, but they're much more cordial.
It's almost as
if find out though,
being uniformed and treated and taught to have respect changes how the police interact.
Yep.
Weird.
Yep. And I will say, culturally, Boston is 10 times better than New York. Just saying.
Well, I haven't heard about violent gangs roaming the streets of Boston.
No, because they actually will prosecute rather than in New York.
Madness. But yes, a police officer in a classroom teaching boys about guns. And it's all very wholesome. And guess what? I bet those kids didn't go off to shoot anyone by accident.
Nope.
Just be careful of your assumptions. Susan Wojcicki would like to have a word with you.
I'd like to have some words with Susan Wojcicki with a shotgun. Sorry, what?
Dare you be so inappropriate?
Because
student of history, Boston has a nice culture aside of the mass holes driving. Yeah, I agree, and I will also admit, while I was in Charlestown, which
I don't know
associated with Boston,
I don't know why Americans rag on each other's driving. Like, none of you idiots can drive on the right side of the road.
You say that, but I've driven through England, and I will say I was a lot more aggressive than some of the locals.
Look, all I'm saying is that if you're carrying strong side hip, it's a lot easier to dive left in a car and draw than it is to dive left from the left-hand seat.
That's true.
I am back with tea.
Welcome back.
At least until my food is ready.
See, that's why you're not really back. You're just in a holding pattern.
I'm hungry. You won't like me when I get hungry.
Now just imagine Disco just becoming slightly taller. I mean, humongous, slightly taller, and turning green.
Hangry, stupid.
Yes, that's what She-Hulk is.
So student of history on the mass hole driving. Yes, it's a contact sport in Massachusetts, but fucking Maryland drivers, they are trying to actually murder you. That's the big difference. I know this because I almost got killed by a Maryland driver on several occasions, and they actually were trying to kill me. But anyway, sorry, Americans taking over everything again because we have the Second Amendment.
Yep. Well, speaking of, up next, from 1922, the girls' rifle team at Central High. That solves the rapist problem.
I mean, I'm very turned on by these ladies because it looks like Springfield, 1903 Springfields. They have good stances for offhand shooting.
Lovely.
And they actually seem to, I don't know what the hell they're doing, which is hot.
Nice. Always attractive to see a woman that can handle herself.
Indeed. But you need to lean into the firearm. If they were
for this style of shooting, for this time period and this style of shooting, that's actually a correct stance.
True, but that doesn't mean it's not also wrong.
But true. I mean, because there was a point with sport shooting where a reclined position where you're kind of cross-legged and hooking your rifle with your left foot, I believe, for stabilization, was considered the correct way to shoot.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And they don't look like they're huge caliber rifles, but the
30-06.
Yeah, but you need to practice good fundamentals. Lean into your rifle, so it doesn't matter whether you're shooting a 22, a 308, or a full auto M16.
I mean, yes.
Always practice the correct fundamentals.
Yep. Although I will also say, from some private lessons that I've gotten from individuals, where it's just like, don't be so fixated on position and posture. Be fixated on being able to effectively use whatever you have in a drastic situation.
Yes.
Shall we say.
Well, that's it. You don't want to spend too much time being fixated on posture. Because not only that, you're also probably not going to be standing still. Chances are you're going to be moving. Preferably to cover. Not, but concealment also works, but because bad guys are stupid, but preferably cover.
Yep.
Because we
Pride Night, American history is guns. English history is the bow and sword. Traditions continued in London with knives. Yeah, I have to say that's accurate. Wish the English would get back to archery though.
Mm-hmm.
Or crossbows.
Well, I mean, a longbow's pretty cool, and like I don't mind a bit of archery, but none of this super fancy modern shit with sights on your fucking bow. Like, fuck off.
No. If you can't read your thumb as a sight, then you probably shouldn't be engaging in archery.
Well, I also have that opinion about competition shooting as well, with handguns in particular. No, listen, fuckhead, you don't need a slide assist and a big fuck off scope and custom molded grips. Like, no, if you can't pick up any gun here on the range and fucking hit the target with it, you're an idiot and you need to get out of my fucking line.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, even with rifles, like, if you can't shoot iron sights, you're a fucking loser. This is for sporting. That's not to say that if I had the option, I wouldn't have a red dot sight on my carry gun with a big fuck off light, double stacked magazines, 17+1, because fuck that guy in particular.
Well, it's one of those, if you learn at the most primitive level, whether it's firearms, archery, driving, yeah, even computers, if you learn the most archaic fundamental steps, you can build on the rest of that over time.
Yeah, which is what I'm...
With determination, and you're 10 times better.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying. Always use your correct fundamentals. Because the old what's his nuts from Active Self-Protection with all the shooting videos is right in some things, and one of which is when the shit hits the fan, you default to the level of your training. So if your training's shit, you're gonna be shit. If your training's high level, you're gonna be shit, but slightly less so. Because adrenaline sucks ass.
Yeah, although it's a great rush.
True, but it will fuck your shit up.
Yeah, I got some training for basically a friend who'd seen a lot of shit, and his big emphasis was everybody panics and reacts rather than thinking, and thinking, just even a fraction of, okay, I know what my surroundings are, puts you 10 times the advantage of just spazzing out like a moron,
Yep. But I mean, I'm also a strong believer in other things, like if I'm going to get into a gunfight, I'm bringing a long gun and friends.
Yep.
Like, none of this fair fight bullshit. And like, no, if that guy pulls a knife on me, I want to be on the other side of the parking lot giving him commands.
Yep.
He pulls a knife. Oh wait, how was it again?
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
And not only that, but there's this one thing I heard I think it's a part of a joke during in Warcraft 3. If you click your units a lot, it's like he brings the knife, you bring a gun. He sends you to the hospital, you send him to the graveyard.
Well, if you're smart and paying attention,
Sean Connery.
If you're smart and paying attention, you see him coming with the knife, and you start moving, start drawing, and then put half a dozen in his chest, and then he stops moving.
Yep.
I see no issue with this.
Which is why I say that whether people especially on the left, always say, would you shoot someone over property? Well, that depends. Is the property worth more or less than 6 rounds of 45? If it's worth...
Yeah. It's I always hate that. Like, oh, well, why would you take a human? You bastards are wanting to abort anything that's in the womb. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's just
also,
like...
why would you kill someone over property? Because it's my fucking property. Do you have any idea how long I had to work for that? You cunt. It's not about the item. It's about how fucking long it'd take me to replace it. Like, if I had $100 billion, if I had Elon Musk levels of money, I wouldn't give 2 flying fucks if someone stole my car. Oh no! I'll just drop some pocket change and get a brand fucking new one.
So the Seth Rogen response then.
Is that the Seth Rogen response?
No, it's not. Oh, well, see, it exists in a city, so therefore I'm happy.
Yes, it happens in the cities, and someone else gets it now, so, hey, at least I get a cool knife out of it.
Well, that's it. But, would I get into a gunfight over my car? Well, let's assume that I'm not in the car. Let's assume that the car's in my driveway and I'm in the house. Would I get into a gunfight over the car? Well, how much money do I have? How long would it take me to get the car again? Because assuming I don't have insurance. Well, on my current income, at least over a year. So I would absolutely get into a gunfight over the car. If it would take 10 minutes to get back the value of the car, close the blinds and go back to bed.
I mean, for me, it's like...
Well, that's not it. That's not talking about the principle. Based on the principle, I'd open the window, shoot them repeatedly, close the window, go back to bed.
As well you should. Yeah. For me, it's always like, which car is it? Okay, it's the car that I spent 12 years trying to find to buy and restore, or it's the daily driver. Daily driver, maybe I'll pop around, but if it's the car that I've the car of my dreams kind of thing, I will mag dump, and then I'll go and put their head on a pike out in the front yard, kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's why that kind of ties into what I've always said, that everyone should try and have 2 cars. One that's as nice as you fucking want it, and then one fucking clapped out banger that's barely holding together. That's the one you drive to the train station.
Yep.
Oh no! They broke into the car that's worth $500. Uber to the second-hand car yard. I'll have that one.
Yep. And if that means I've got to enlarge my carbon footprint, so be it.
Yes. But also, fuck you, I'm having as much carbon as I like.
It'll work out.
Based.
If all of humanity just disappeared, every single trace of us would be gone within 400,000 years anyway. We're not making as irreversible damage as we'd like to think we do.
Yeah.
We don't matter that much.
Yeah, but I reckon everyone should try and have at least 2 cars. Or every family should have at least 1 spare car. Because, you need to take 1 car to the mechanic. Well, do you want to try renting a car for a couple of days, or just take an Uber back home? Or, depending on the mechanic, they'll drive you back to your place.
Well, if it's a mechanic worth their damn, then yes.
To be fair, the mechanic will probably drive you back in their car, which is a mechanic's car, which means it's barely holding together because mechanics are weird like that.
Yes.
I
can confirm.
Like, the amount of mechanics I see who you're driving around in pieces of shit, I'm like, why'd you get that? It's like, oh, I got it when I was an apprentice thinking I'd fix it up. And then I realised I can't be fucked dealing with another car on the weekend. Yeah, fair enough.
The American joke always is, how can you spot a mechanic? They have a car that's just absolute garbage, but it still runs somehow.
Yep.
Yep. Although, strangely enough, being able to maintain your own vehicles, it doesn't, it's not a skill that seems to draw the ladies in, sadly.
Yes, it should. It'd be nice if it did.
Yep.
What is annoying, though, is that you need a fucking computer science degree these days to maintain a car. Like, fuck off. Like, one, I have an issue with a computer being in charge of anything.
Based.
Well, it's why I refuse to have...
My time will come.
See, people like Disco are why I refuse to have computers in charge of my car. Like, I don't want some dirty activist, some bad actor like Disco, fucking with my car's system and then careening me into a tree. No, I want good old-fashioned mechanical connections, so that if the computer fucks up, or if for some reason the electrical system fails, worst case scenario, I can coast to a controlled stop. Like, none of this Tesla bullshit with electric steering. Like, no, I will have my power, my regular power of steering, so at least if everything fails, I can still turn the wheel.
Yep.
So, no Jesus take the wheel for you, huh?
Unless Jesus is the name of the mechanic? No.
Jesus, take the wheel!
And then you actually hand him the steering wheel.
Oh, you've seen that movie too.
Popped off. Yeah.
Then again,
Yeah,
there's a
look-
bunch of those. Oh dear. Yeah, it's not fun when power steering fails, but at least you've still got steering. One of the many reasons I prefer manual. Why, yes, I would like 3 ways of slowing a vehicle down, other than crashing into an oncoming car. I want brakes, emergency brake, and the engine. That gearbox, even if it turns to fucking slag, it'll stop you.
Yep. I hate automatic transmissions because it's like, oh yeah, well, you want to go faster? Oh well, here, let me do these 15 calculations before selecting the proper gear.
Or
I'm gonna drop the gear and
Roll
go.
at it.
Yep. Or you're trying to go up a steep hill with a load, and it's a low speed limit, and then the vehicle decides that it's going to increase gears because your revs are getting higher. And then because it changes gears, all of a sudden you're rolling backwards.
Yep.
It's like, no, when you're going uphill with a heavy load, you want to be doing 5,500 RPM in a lower gear.
See, I just don't drive automatic ones, so I don't have this problem. It sounds like you're speaking from experience here.
The problem is when you don't get to choose the vehicle.
Yeah. Now, granted, I will say one of the pickups I use for work has to be an automatic because apparently they won't build a manual transmission that can handle 1,000 pounds of torque. But that just sounds like just an excuse.
That just sounds like laziness. Manual transmissions can handle more torque than anything else. It's kind of the point of them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, you want to get off to a fast start? Why, yes, I will be doing 7,000 RPM in first gear. And going straight to fourth.
Yep.
People doing that much in art. Just get out of first gear.
But that's not sure I do on a regular basis, but when I want to practice my driving skills, that's some of the shit I'll pull off. I'll go from stationary to 50 in first. It's not a fucking problem. The car can handle just fine.
The gearing ratio is set up. Yeah.
Well,
yep.
In first gear, you can get up to... In first gear in my car, which is only a 4-cylinder little piece of crap, it'll easily do 40, 50 in first, and still have some left over.
Oh, nice.
Because what you want it to be doing is overcoming the inertia of the vehicle, which is first is better at, and then once you've overcome the inertia of the vehicle, you can slam it into something else and just you're fucking out of there.
That reminds me of my little. Once upon a time, I had a Mazda 323, but the Rally all-wheel drive version. And I was living in a city in the south, and this guy with a V8 Camaro thought he was the biggest badass drag racer in the city. I had to look 3 times in my side view mirror to make sure he was still there with the racing back in the day. Just saying.
That's got to bruise an ego.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean the guy had a beef with me for until I moved out of town, but it was basically, oh, you beat me with that 4-banger. It's like, yeah, because I had a gearing ratio that could beat your ass. Fuck you.
Well, that's something that I also don't realize. If you want to talk about takeoff speed, a 4-cylinder manual will kick the shit out of any 6 and a lot of 8-cylinder autos. Because again, they try and go up one by one. Again, you're doing 40 in first and then you slam it into a high gear and you're fucking gone.
Exactly. But I will admit a turbocharger does add a lot of fun.
Oh, I enjoy turbochargers immensely.
And that's why I'm here.
I mean, oh, the Toyota Land Cruiser is quite possibly one of my favourite vehicles on Earth. Because that cunt's got a turbocharger and it's an 8-cylinder. That fucker will do 100 without breaking a sweat. And I'm talking 100 miles per hour. With good fucking acceleration because of the turbocharger.
Very neat.
And of course, because it's a properly built car by the only company that makes fucking properly built cars anymore. Like if you want a vehicle that you can roll down a fucking hill and will keep going.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Got to follow your rainbow.
Yeah, less like that and more of sideways down a hill when you fuck up your off-roading.
Sounds good.
Excuse me.
But
I've built a 340, and it's like that's a hell of an engine, but it still doesn't quite have the pull-away power that my old 4-banger turbo Mitsubishi engine had.
Yeah, and this is just dealing with stock shit before you even start getting into fancy stuff.
Oh yeah,
Mitsubishi.
I don't know if you can still buy the Mad Max car, Billy. I assume there's some bunch
Ford
around.
Falcon XC.
Black on black.
Well, the Ford still makes the Falcon, but they've been shit for decades.
Yeah, no, it's like the 78 Falcon XC or whatever it was that. But then they had a 351, the Cleveland engine, which was the superior 351. I know this because I have one sitting in my basement.
Apparently everyone in chat likes cars too, because Student says there's like a little over a dozen guys decided that cars came up, and all of a sudden everyone is deeply into the gearhead talk.
Based.
I'm a car guy myself, though, so I'm really not that guy, unfortunately.
And the car diver.
My brother took over those genes.
Well, you ought to be.
You should be.
I ought to be, but I ought to be.
Look,
yes, but
Trim.
My brother took all those
Trim.
genetics. So.
Cards are the second most fun you can have with your pants on.
True.
Wait, you wear your pants on when you're driving?
Well, they have seatbelt cameras now that look into the cockpit of the car.
Yeah, cockpit.
Yes.
Oh shit! That means I've been standing up through my sunroof while driving and photographed. Cool.
Yeah.
And to everyone in chat, that actually did happen. About 15 years ago, yeah, I was driving through. I think it was Raleigh, North Carolina, in the middle of the night, while standing through the sunroof, steering with one hand, left foot on the accelerator, because fuck you, I don't care.
Fair enough. This is like a pants requirement. No, but there are some activities that are considerably more difficult with pants on.
Exactly, like driving.
Well, the most fun generally involves another participant. And then after that you have guns, then cars.
I mean, if you're doing a drive-by, though, you've got guns and cars combined.
Well, remember, with a gun you can acquire a car.
True. Although if you've got the right companion, you can use her as bait to acquire a car as well.
This is true. I'll swap you this for the car. I don't want that. Speaking of guns and girls, sadly, their high schoolers say, well, they're probably legal by now, is my guess. The 1941 Clover Park Senior High School Rifle Club. Well, it's senior high school, so they're hopefully over 16 at least.
Yeah, they're probably right at 16, actually.
Yep.
With U.S. senior high schools.
Yeah, I was really born in the wrong time. I miss when women dress in skirts. You know, did the whole "I'm a woman" thing.
Yeah, yep. I mean,
Like
and
that shit
you know,
song
I
from
guarantee
Batwoman.
every one of those women were, you know, they married, they popped out a kid or two, and they were also just absolute badasses in regular life because they cared about their kids, their family, all that stuff.
Billy Blogs is like, not a fan of leggings, but it's like, oh, I fucking hate leggings. I mean, I don't mind checking out the asses in the leggings, but leggings just annoy me.
Yeah,
if you're going to wear something tight fitting, get something that isn't a piece of shit legging. Get a nice fitting pair of jeans like this one that Ardent Party's sharing with us. This is how you do it.
Yes. That is a lovely, lovely lady on multiple levels. Although the mag light with the it's like a Glock. Not 100% sure with the zoom in.
I've got several issues with what. Firstly, that gun's the wrong size for her. She doesn't have a full firing grip on it. Secondly, if you're open carrying, there's no excuse to not have a light on your gun. So you don't need to be faffing around. We're critiquing this woman's firearm selection.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
We've already established the other good things about her. Now we're moving on to her firearm selection.
Yep.
So firstly, that gun's too big for her hands. She cannot get a proper firing grip on it, so I'd be guessing that she's shooting really far low and left. Assuming she can keep hold of the gun at all.
Yep.
Secondly, where the fuck does she carry that mag light? Thirdly, again, open carrying, so there's no good excuse to not have a gun on the light. In fact, well, you should have a handheld light and a gun light. But there is no reason to have... But you want a light on the gun so you can get a full two-handed firing grip on the gun so you can put maximum shots downrange onto the target. Because it's no good fucking missing. You want to be putting accurate fire into center chest.
Yep. Nice. And it's like... Just kind of reading her stance, it's like she's pressing into the pistol more than she needs to.
Well, she's definitely posing, so she...
Oh, yeah. But...
I don't mind the pose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I do only from the fact that she probably is not getting rounds on target like she should.
Yeah, she's not... There's because she's showing off for the camera, her hips are twisted way too far. Her hips are basically at 90 degrees to the fucking target.
Yep.
I don't mind.
And it's one of those that's like... I sounds like I'm bragging, but I don't intend to. I dated a model, and it's like... When she went to the rifle range, she tried doing this bullshit, and it's like... No, get the fucking proper sight picture, the body posture, the breathing down. Then you can put rounds on target, and did not look this just janky as fuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least for the photo shoot, they had the decency to put her in fucking PPE.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that gun is way too big for her frame. Like, you should still get as much bullet as you can for your buck, but there is no way, especially with only one hand, she has full control of that firearm.
No. Even with the bracing against the offhand, it's like, yeah, no, sorry, you're not able to get a good, significant amount of rounds on target. No.
Ardent Party says it looks like a deagle. Problem with that is, I think it's a Glock. It just looks like a deagle because her hands are tiny.
Yeah, this woman's maybe like 5'4", I'm guessing from the handle near her butt, but yeah, I'm guessing probably 9 mil, maybe 45 ACP or
Yeah.
10.
But with hands that size, she wants to go with a smaller gun, possibly switching from 45 to 9mm so she can carry nearly as many rounds.
Yep.
Because in a self-defense gunfight, you're better off putting 17 rounds of 9mm into their chest than 7 rounds of 45.
It depends on range and all that, but yeah, it's like 9mm, while maybe not the beefiest of calibers, definitely gets the job done.
Well, remember, 17 plus 1 rounds of 9mm to the dick at 3 yards will slow down most rape attempts.
As it should.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we will now look at another gun bunny.
Okay.
Yep, this one.
Ooh, that's hot.
You like that?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little greasy, but it's definitely tasty.
You boys want to be left alone? I don't want to get in any fapping sessions here, you know?
Well, this is more your style, Disco.
This is YouTube, not Pornhub.
Disco Hub, actually.
Well, now it is.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of videos like that on Pornhub.
Arden, if it was for disco, it would be a cat firing guns.
I mean, what kind of idiot would trust a cat with a gun? You know that bastard will just use it to take over the world.
That's why I want to give a cat a gun.
I don't see the problem. As long as they know that I'm the one with the tin opener, it's all good.
Yes, but
a little bit of catnip.
Dinner might be more regular than it used to be.
I mean, if a cat could use a gun, they already have opposable thumbs, and our use to them would be negligible. I can't use the word, and it'll sound too much like another word.
Here we go. Here's one for Disco.
Negligible.
Someone gave a cat a gun. Kitty has a Glock.
Third generation Glock it looks.
Yeah, here we go. This one is definitely Disco style. Cat rolling in guns and money.
Nice.
Ooh. I mean, yes.
I mean, what do we got in guns?
So, like, looks like a 1911 and some target pistol.
It doesn't look like necessarily a target pistol, but it looks like halfway between a Sig and a Beretta.
Yeah. Shit, what is that thing? I sold one of those like 2 weeks ago. Not me personally. It's like somebody I was helping. But...
Yeah. The other one, yeah, it looks like a 1911 with some kind of pussy grip on it.
Yeah, it's like a Colt Commander type deal.
Yeah. Ah, dear. Moving away from the gun porn, I suppose.
No.
Yeah.
This is a reprieve from the pedos.
Fap in your own time.
This is my time. You're on my podcast.
All right, see ya.
Disco must suffer the fappening.
This is an E-fap.
Oh, dear.
No, this is a me fap.
Put your pee-pees away.
But it's the right caliper, damn it, woman.
Oh, dear. Right, so let's have a look at the next article. Fortunately, we don't have any more depressing shit coming up.
Yay! Wait, what? Am I on the right podcast?
Yes.
Yes. Well, no, we waited until Trim was ready to show up before we brought out the depressing shit.
Waited until Trim was what?
Here. Well, somebody made me turn my noise cancelling on.
Did I do something wrong?
Yes, you made me turn my noise cancelling on.
As usual.
Right, so next article from Australia again. The federal government has appointed an assistant minister for a republic. Could a referendum soon follow? Let me tell you my opinion.
This is gonna be interesting.
I have prepared memes. That's my opinion on making Australia a fucking republic. Fuck you, Rule Britannia.
Britannia all the way.
Britannia rule the rise.
It just an Australian republic just would be wrong. Like, yeah, the long length of cultural history and all that.
Yeah, it would be wrong. Like, what's the value in becoming a republic?
You could end up like North Korea.
Well,
No,
we're
that's a
already
People's Republic.
the Democratic People's Republic of Australia.
Yeah.
At least you're not being
you're
put
almost
into
there.
labor camps yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, this shithole known as Australia swore in its first ever assistant minister for the Republic last week, sparking speculation that the new shitbag in chief might push for a referendum on becoming a republic. No, fuck the government, screw the Prime Minister, God save the Queen.
Based.
Probably.
Even the American agrees.
It's
And we got quiet.
I'm just listening to the music. I got distracted.
Yeah, we can't hear the music.
Yeah, sadly. It should be piping in. At least when I'm talking, it should be piping back in. Bloody things. Oh, well, chat's enjoying it. But, no. I don't want to... I'm not a fan of the Republic, because I like having a Governor-General. I like being a subject of the Queen, because I don't trust these dipshits in Parliament as far as I can fucking throw them. I would quite happily...
Well, sure you.
I would quite happily hang them all as traitors to the Queen. And accept direct rule from the monarch again.
Yep. And as a ardent small R Republican as I am, I'm sorry, but it just doesn't work for the Commonwealth. It just doesn't.
Yeah. Like, why would I want a Joe Biden with nobody above him?
Yep.
Because it is the what is the word again? Oh, politically correct thing to do.
Could be worse. You could have Guy Verhofstadt, who literally won't even want to be elected.
Give me the power so I can make the European Union into the first European empire.
People keep other countries. They keep saying no. They want to have their say. They veto things. It's not on. They should do it.
How dare they demand national sovereignty and not do as I tell them? Those dirty, dirty, freedom-loving slaves.
They should shut up for the sake of diversity. And my empire. Maybe he should.
Do I need to shout, "I am Spartacus" now?
Yes. We are Spartacus.
Because I want to hear you say it.
No, I won't.
Oh dear. Okay, let's have a look at some crap from live shows. Firstly, we have Baystipe, who is sharing cringe with us.
Oh, he's flinging crap, yeah.
Again?
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Yes.
Meanwhile, he's betraying.
Yes. So, Postmates. You shouldn't miss a good meal for a good time. That's why this Pride we've teamed up with two fucking idiots to create the world's first bottom-friendly menu. Yep, it's real. Hashtag eat with pride.
What are you eating this Pride?
Fucking.
Well, if you're a top, it seems like you can eat whatever you want. But if you're a bottom, you're expected to starve? Not this pride. Introducing the bottom-friendly menu from Postmates. We teamed up with Dr. Evan Goldstein from...
And that's enough of that, because even the fucking fruit is over-sexualized and disgusting.
Kill it with fire.
If only. If
Actually, not even
only.
fire. Fire's too good for this shit.
Yeah.
Based, why? Why? Why, Monkey Man?
Prime Knight is sharing something that may be a meme.
Huh.
Oh, fuck you. No, open in the browser, you fucking piece of crap. Ah, fucking thing.
Oh no, I've seen this right. I don't think it is a meme, but that kid's seen some shit.
Montana Wilderness, so basically Montana.
Oh, this one. This isn't where we're supposed to be. Because I'm trying to get something from Prime Night up. Bloody thing.
Oh, Brave strikes again.
Yeah, it No, I don't want to open it as a fucking video. Fuck you. VLC, save me.
No.
Fucking things.
Yeah, amaze and behold the interesting screens.
Let's see if Brave wants to. If VLC wants to play this for me. Oh god, it's hideous.
Oh,
What the hell?
Oh,
I don't
No.
think chat
Make it
is
stop.
suffering through. Is chat suffering through
Hey,
that
that is the comedian guy though. He is a comedian.
I
He
need to
does
make
a
sure
lot
that
of weird
chat
shit.
can suffer through this as well.
as
It looks
well
like they
you
are.
should, because they deserve to suffer as much as we do, if not more.
Yes. Just some quick settings tweaking in the background.
This is a hell of a screen to stop on, though.
Isn't it, Jess?
I mean, you could actually, like, see their brain through their nostrils.
Yep. Okay, let's fucking go! Apparently there's a good joke in there, so we'll suffer through this.
This guy is actually pretty funny though. I watch some of his videos.
Not hearing
Apparently
the audio.
the stream doesn't have sound either. Like I thought it was just us, but apparently the stream doesn't either.
Mm.
Basic.
Oh dear, that was traumatizing.
Yeah.
This
But
guy
apparently
is,
it also didn't play the audio out to chat, so they should
Yeah, I thought
they
it
should
was just
consider
us.
themselves
Like,
lucky.
I think it was just you that got audio.
Well,
Okay,
let's
okay,
try it
that's
again.
not safe.
I care about man. You can't spell homosexual.
But this guy though, this dude there, he's basically the voice
No audio.
for a character in the I think it was what, Hell of a Boss series?
No, Arden, you're getting just raked over the coals like we are. Even though there's no audio.
Yeah. Does chat have audio this time?
Chat should have audio this time. Well, they were stupid enough to point it out they didn't have audio, so it's their fucking fault.
How to? Homosexual boogaloo.
Ma'am, it's midnight.
Why the fuck would I care if it's midnight?
Well, it's July 1st.
Get out.
Why does this remind me of Justin Trudeau?
I took my girlfriend for this job.
Well, get her back!
Created by Gaiden Gagas. Oh dear. You can all blame Ardent Party for that as well.
Yeah. He's. I don't want to hear this. I'm so sorry. It's like, yeah, no, you did this to us.
Yeah, get what you fucking
You
deserve.
deserve to suffer.
Prime Knight posted originally, but everyone in chat who spoke about the silence, you get what you fucking deserve.
Yep.
It has come to
Now
this.
then,
You
what's...
should have just played along and been like, cringe, cringe. And then he wouldn't have played it twice, would he?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Pai's like, oh, I didn't post that in the Discord. Fuck you guys. You guys were complaining about no sound. It's your own damn fault.
Yeah.
Next time, just pretend you could hear it.
Oh,
Just play along.
you know what?
It's like the Hollywood Squares.
The hideous guy pretending to be, I don't know, Hillary Clinton. It reminds me of somebody.
Yeah.
Disco, you'll remember
Hillary
this
Clinton?
dumb bitch. You know, this other stupid whore from New Zealand.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember
Yes,
this
I've
exact
met,
video too.
Alon,
Well, you
several
did give it to
occasions
me.
And some of his other members, and so that's really helpful to the relationship. But it's always helpful to also spend a little bit more time. Can I check, does anyone have any monkeypox questions? Because I'm aware that I have the minister and I'm taking her precious time through her availability here. Does anyone want to ask anything? Mark, Jessica? Shall I bring you up, Minister, and we'll just get... Okay, so Mark, you've got a quick question? It's not obligatory.
How obvious was that?
Does anyone have any monkeypox questions?
Too obvious.
Yep.
Like,
You're not talking about current panic. Please talk about the current panic.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm trying to stir some panic here so we can have Pandemic 2. If you guys would like to ask some questions about that, that'd be great. Anybody?
Pandemic, yes.
Panic 2, Monkey Boogaloo.
Yes.
I mean, I guess she just wants to spread awareness because we all know that she really has the pox. I mean, look at her face. She looks more like a monkey than
that's HIV, not the pox.
That's offensive.
Student history asks,
Yes.
like, wait, did
HIV.
Little Miss Chompers have to force a question to the journos? Yes, and the journos weren't fucking interested.
Yeah, they didn't want to ask about that. They're like, are you sure none of you have a question about monkeypox? I'm really interested in spreading fear
I
about
want to talk
monkeypox.
about your sex life. Jesus Christ, you're hideous. Please.
Yeah.
That's better than what I've got going now, so. It's a low standard, but damn it, I have them.
Yeah, that was perhaps one of the worst segues I've ever seen. Like,
She
Klaus
looks
says
like the
I
iron
have to
lady
ask-
that if you put your dick in it, the dick will remain
Right.
because it rotted off
So,
inside.
so since you guys have started,
Segways are garbage. Don't ride them. You'll go over a cliff in the
yeah.
Grand Canyon.
So right, with fuck, marry, kill. This bitch, She Guevara from New York, or Ilhan Omar. Go.
Why, Bessic? Why?
Okay, I will take option 4. Shoot myself.
No, there's no option 4.
There is an option 4. I'm shooting myself.
No. You have to
can't
choose.
stop me. Okay, I'll bite my own
No,
tongue out.
I've already.
You
stopped
will
you,
not
dude.
force me to do either of each.
It's not a surprise if you shout. Wait, hold on. There's a YouTube unfriendly joke there that I'm going to avoid.
I mean, you want to play the R game? No, that's the third.
Yeah.
Oh, she's just
dear.
hideous.
Isn't she?
I'd rather fuck a horse. At least
I mean,
eat
you
it.
are.
Well, the difference is horses are useful.
They're beasts of burden. This is just a burden.
Ardent Party says, I'm reasonably sure a proper dicking would correct the mental disturbance in AOC. You going to take one for the team and try that out for us, are you, Ardent?
I'm not sure you can fuck the crazy out of AOC.
You'd contract.
In
the
fact,
crazy.
when she changed her mind 10 minutes later, I hope you got a good lawyer, son.
And that's how we lost Ardent Park.
I mean, AOC seems like to be a succubus, you know? Drags all life energy.
I mean, yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
all will to live.
They don't even need to suck your dick to drain your life energy.
Yeah, she just looks at you with her crazy eyes and just drains you of all.
Prime Knight says,
I'm going to avoid that comment.
Would do it with a bag on head and gag. Safe word would be Trump won 2020.
Based.
Student History says, fuck chompers, marry the crazy bitch, and kill Akbarina. That's the best possible combination in a series of horrible decisions.
No. Like, you have all got this wrong. Like, you guys have seen Chomper's fucking net worth over the last couple of years. You want to be marrying Chompers because think of the divorce settlement.
Oh, good point.
Okay, fine.
Come on, boys, come on!
Guaranteed
He's
he's
married.
abusive as
There has
hell.
to be a wedding night. There has to be a wedding night, and you know.
So you no, I mean, Disco's got a point. You consummate this shit, and then like when she starts beating you savagely, just make sure you've got a body cam, and you're all set.
And then hire Johnny Depp's lawyer.
Exactly.
Like, her net worth has
choose the
gone through the
homosexual
roof
life.
in the last year. Like, I don't know if you guys have been following it, but like, she got some money from somewhere over the last couple of years.
His
like
name is
all
George.
Yeah,
last
where the
name
fuck did all
Soros.
that money come from?
So, you know, you should noggins, boys.
Yep.
Well,
No,
no.
I'm on board with this.
You're gonna marry the waitress. You're gonna marry the crazy waitress. What are you doing?
What's the old
Fine.
meme? She's got a great chest, so you know.
Well, you want to know where she got her money? You want to know where she?
Still Che Guevara.
Wait, what? Che Guevara?
Yeah.
That's
Kill him.
that is
Student
AOC.
history's changed his mind.
He's gonna swap chompers and goggles.
Changed my mind. Money always changes my mind.
Yeah, I mean, at least she's not like, yes, this is my brother and he's my husband. So,
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to marry Elon because, you know, I'm not her brother, and you can't even fake that I'm her brother, so, you know, that doesn't work. Nobody would
just
believe
put
it.
some shoe polish on and you
I mean, it's
Do
Ilhan's
I
Muslim.
look like
It
Canadian
could
Prime
still be her
Minister to you?
brother.
Okay, our
Ooh.
party wants to breed with AOC. We're gonna need to stage an intervention.
No,
No more.
No more. You can't outbreed the stupid in that. You can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the plague or HIV. It's just going to destroy the child.
Yes.
But then again, to be honest, I think that there's like a biological stops, like how humans can't breed with other animals. It just wouldn't work.
I mean, she would probably abort it. That's why.
Post terms there.
God reaches out from the ethers like, nope. Snap. Fucking Thanos the fetus away. Not having that shit.
I mean, it's one of those that's like, this would actually turn into like a miscarriage.
Oh, Jesus.
A post-birth miscarriage.
Yeah. What's the next one I had? Ah, yes. General Motors CEO virtue signaling how clean the new Chevy Volt is. Then a reporter asks where the
go
charging
fuck themselves.
electricity comes from. Oh my, wait for it. Awkward. Well, let's see.
No, the battery in this particular design is a T shape right down the center and across the back seat area.
Ah, the
Everybody thought
T-zone.
we killed the electric vehicle. No, we didn't. It's alive and well.
So what's charging the batteries right now? What's the source of
Well, here,
electricity?
it's coming from the building.
I mean, is it what's our mix of power?
Oh, actually, Lansing feeds the building.
What's that?
Lansing feeds power to the building. So I don't know.
They're
I bet you they're a bit of coal. Well, they're to be on natural gas, aren't they?
Right now the car's charging off of your grid.
Right. It would be charging off our grid, which is about 95% coal.
No, the battery in this.
Like, how have they failed to grasp this? Like, sure,
Because they're
it's
leftists.
sure that you don't directly put the petrol in the car anymore. You still need to generate. Like, it's. How are you failing to understand this basic concept that this energy needs to come from somewhere?
They're leftists and thus morons.
Yes. Actually, this reminds me of a thought that's been flying around the back of my head over the week. What the fuck happened to hybrid cars? Like, I thought they were supposed to be the big thing. Because you had the battery that recharged from the vehicle's momentum and a petrol engine.
Either Top Gear or was it the new one? And they looked quite interesting. Oh. Whatever they replaced Top Gear with.
Bottom Gear, yeah. Like
bottom gear. Grand Tour or something?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like...
They look quite interesting, yeah.
Like, thinking about it, and in some of the Ubers I've been in where they're hybrids, I'm seeing they're going, this might be the best of both worlds. Like, going downhill and braking, you're recharging the battery, rather than just turning all that energy into wasted heat. And then you've actually got a petrol engine, so when you're a million fucking miles from a recharging point, you can actually fucking use the car.
I mean, this is my tinfoil hat moment, one of many today. It's really about controlling the movement of people. And that's all they give a fuck about. Because if you can confine people to certain set areas with their electric charging, coal-powered bullshit, then that means you can't go off into the countryside and actually live like a human being. It's all about control. I mean, that's all electric vehicles in the modern era.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's the only thing that explains how they went from hybrids, which had some questions but are at least sane, to this fully electric model where it's like, okay, fantastic. How far can I get off a charge? 50 minutes. Yeah. Well done. Fuck off.
Yep. Yeah. And even then, like, they're not even fucking green because they're being powered by fucking coal off the power grid. And it's like, okay, how about you get back to me when you've switched everything out for nuclear, and then at least you will be able to claim that they are green.
Yep.
At least you'll have that much of an argument, and then we can talk about the logistics of it. But like, how is it better for you to put more strain on the fucking coal-run power grid than let people just put petrol in their cars?
Yep. Next question. Why the fuck don't you have a solar panel on the roof of your shitty electric car?
Because it won't do dick, but... Oops.
Well, yes, but why wouldn't you at least pretend? Like, we've put a little solar panel on the roof, so when you're at work and it's us in the car park in the sun all day...
Wouldn't it be better to get a little wind turbine? Because then, you'd be getting the wind as you were driving.
Well... There's many physics problems with that. There's so many physics problems with that.
You'd be better than the solar panel, though, surely.
Well, no.
Or the coal power grid.
The coal power grid, yes. But yeah, like, if it was going to...
nuclear powered cars, ECIB1. You're charging them off of the main electric grid.
No, I think he means actually nuclear-powered cars, each one with a mini reactor.
He's got a question mark, which means he's responding to what I was saying. Which is
just
not,
like,
wow. Saying
I mean,
cars.
I have no objection to nuclear-powered cars either. But it would make car accidents significantly messier.
Virgin electric cars versus the Chad Fallout Highwayman. Student of history. You're right.
Ooh. Wow, that's stepping back.
Yeah. But
it's like a trip I just took this last week. If I had been stuck with some, electric cuck vehicle, I would have been able to make it one way, and then I would have had to charge for 8 fucking hours just to make it back from where I started from.
Yeah, and that's the stupidest thing about electric cars. You've got to recharge the fucking thing. How the fuck are you meant to do a cross-country trip? Like, or even if you drive more than 8 hours in a fucking day. Some self-employed people do.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, while I was preparing the lay pipe, I drove 13 hours a day for 2 days.
When
If I had to,
here, I would be driving around all day between people's houses.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to stop for an 8-hour lunch break to fucking recharge the car till I can go and feed the next person? Like,
apparently, yes.
Well, again, that's
What
where
are
I'm
you?
thinking, like, hybrids would be the ultimate mid-solution for this. Like, it just makes infinitely more sense. Especially, like, in countries that have mountains and shit. Like, not far away from me, an indeterminate distance from me, is a mountain range that has a town on top of it. I think it's big enough that it's a city now. And, like, it's like just half an hour of driving up a mountain. The return trip in a hybrid would be not just free, but it'd get you even fucking further. Just sit there with regenerative braking all the way down the fucking hill, turning that rolling momentum into electricity instead of heat. And burning your fucking brake pads out.
just like, wee, down the mountain. Free power!
I mean...
It's all free if I can roll!
Well, that's it. And not just does the rolling downhill generate power, but then you put the brakes on a little to make sure you're doing the speed limit, not 200 kilometers an hour off the side of a mountain. Well, then you get free electricity. Because you're paying for the fuel to get up the hill either way, but on the way down, ooh, all of that sexy, sexy electricity that gets you back to where you came from.
Or if you're a real
rolling around,
man, you'd just be like,
"That places to go, gotta follow his rainbow."
I've got a straight 6-cylinder, and I'm doing 23 miles a gallon, and this is 1976.
Yep.
Just 6.
Yeah, Ardent Party says full hybrid / series power plant model in a series hybrid, wheels powered via electric with gas engine providing power for electric motor like a generator. Gas engine never powers the wheels. Well, it works, and it's infinitely better than a fucking pure electric.
Yep. Well, I mean, hell yeah. This is
Like
1940s technology.
Like
diesel electric was a thing.
And what these idiots don't realize, it's the urban elitist fuck-knuckle mindset. Like, just because you drive 20 kilometers a week means fucking nothing. And it's not like fucking England where you can drive across the country in an afternoon. We're talking...
about how expensive it's gonna get? Like, everybody's electric wheels have already gone up.
Yep.
And
That's
now you're
it.
like, yeah, let's just offload all of the traffic onto that too. Like, put that on the grid. Like, the grid will not be able to fucking handle it.
And throw in the fact that there's talk about taxing miles traveled in the US.
Yeah.
It's like, no, fuck you.
Over here,
I'll
too.
go where I want.
Which ties into your not-so-conspiracy theory about it just being about restricting travel. It's clearly just about restricting travel.
It's like, oh wait, we can't charge you per liter on petrol when you're not buying petrol. Well, we'll charge you tax per mile traveled. Why? You're surely already taxing me on the purchase of the fucking electricity bill. No?
And not to
Yes.
mention tires.
Isn't it something like
lubricants.
30-40% of your fucking power bill in the UK is just the government dicking you?
I'm not entirely sure, but like, you know, if I'm being taxed on the power, then why do I need to be taxed on the mile too?
Because
Not to
fuck
mention,
you, that's why.
road tax being a thing for just having a fucking vehicle in the first place.
Yeah, and
Because you're going places
don't you
that
have
are
a
unauthorized.
don't you have a congestion tax in London as well, or some other bullshit like that?
There are congestion charges in certain, like, central areas of London. I tend not to go there, so I'm not
Yeah.
entirely sure how they work. But yeah, I think it's per day that you, like, cross into that zone. And they want to add it to some other cities as well. It's like, okay, great. Good
Yeah.
way to kill the economy in those cities, I guess, because people are not going to want to go visit London for the day.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
they're not very
who
smart.
wants to visit London?
Yeah,
Murder
but
the
of
economy.
course
Sounds like a
they're
reasonable thing to
either
do.
your metropolitan globalist elitist midwits who think that just everyone has to drive 20 kilometers a week, or they're from some European shithole where you can drive across the country in half an hour, or England where you can drive across the country in 4 hours. Like, fuck me dead. I'm in Australia or America, you can drive 8 hours and not get out of the pissing state.
And plus, a lot of you, isn't a lot of your roads, like, through the middle of fucking buttfuck nowhere? Like,
yes.
Running out of
Yeah.
a charge halfway down that road would be a death sentence, wouldn't it?
Well, some of our roads, are so long that if you got 8 hours of driving out of a charge, you'd have to stop halfway and charge for 8 hours.
I know in a lot of these places there's nowhere to charge because it's literally through the
Yeah.
middle of nowhere.
Like, there might be a petrol station in the middle of bumfuck nowhere with 300% the normal price petrol, just in case you're an idiot. But and that's like 5-10 minutes to fucking fuel up, grab something out of the microwave or something,
And then hit the road again. Yeah.
Yep. Or you can sit there on the side of the road wishing you were dead for 8 hours, charging your car from, I don't know, the fucking hand crank.
Well, at least you'd have a hand crank. I'm surprised those aren't illegal yet.
That's stealing fucking free power there. They can't tax you on that shit. You're gonna get fined for that. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, you manually charged your car? Did you have a license for that power? It's like, I was gonna die in the desert. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, dare you?
This is improper power acquisition, you capitalist pig.
I mean, it sounds like the bullshit the government had come up with.
It's true.
God. Yeah, it's... So I was driving across eastern Wyoming not too long ago, and there's like 20 fucking miles of these damn wind turbines, and only 50% of them were turning, and I'm not sure if even that 50% was actually generating power. Well, fuck this shit. Blight the land because, oh, that's right, the urban elites want to just fucking...
Well, that's it.
Everything.
They don't give a shit because they're just looking at the building next to them anyway.
Yeah. Hell, you drive around Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and back in the, I want to say late 70s, early 80s, they started doing this like strip mine reclamation projects. Well, then it's like, oh, look at this. You've got absolutely strip-mined mountains around Pittsburgh where they put up these damn wind turbines. They look god-awful. You can't actually see the beauty of the scenery. And what do? Maybe 5 to 10% of the actual energy used. Fuck that shit. And UCBID, the one driving through Kansas, actually, yes, because I was able to cross Kansas off of my list of states to visit. And that was god-awful. I mean, it was just absolutely god-awful driving around, I think it was Lawrence. It's like, and actually further west, and it's like, oh, look, windmills. Fuck this. I want to actually see the scenery.
Yep.
Lawrence, like the guy from Ratchet and Clank?
No. Like bleeding Kansas.
What Well, and that's what they don't get. People who like the outdoors, they want, when they go to bumfuck nowhere, they don't want to see any sign of civilization except the RV behind them.
Yeah, and that's even too much.
Yep.
Fields and windmills. Yep, went to Great Bend, Kansas, and that was kind of an interesting experience with the fields and windmills.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't mind the fields and traditional windmills, but these turbines are just abominations. They're blights on the fucking countryside.
Yeah.
And how much fucking power are they really generating?
Again, maybe 10 to 15%.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all subsidized out the ass, so they're not actually all that efficient. Plus, they still require lubricants.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're not getting rid of natural gas.
And then there's all the fucking material used to make this god-awful abomination.
Ah, yes, the fiberglass blades, which actually can't be recycled because they're fucking shit.
Fiberglass. Like, what do these idiots? How much energy and emissions do these idiots think go into making steel and fiberglass? Steel for the top, fiberglass for the blades. What do you think you need to do to make steel, you fuckwit? Heat metal. What do you do to heat metal? Burn shit. What are you burning?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're burning shit, therefore it's bad for the environment.
And 9 times out of 10, it's natural gas with these current modern furnaces.
Yep, they're pumping in some kind of natural gas because it's more efficient than and more controllable than dumping coal onto your thing. But yeah, all these furnaces are fucking gas operated. Yep. Where do they think the gas comes from to operate the gas furnaces?
I mean, clearly, sky magic.
Art Party makes a good point. How much fucking fuel goes into the truck dragging all 4 parts of it across the countryside? So that's 4 big fuck-off trucks. Then there's all the associated vehicles that go with them.
Yep, and they're all diesel because you're not going to be using gas-powered trucks to get onto these sites for building and maintenance.
Yeah. And don't forget that you'll have at least 4 more vehicles for each one of these fucking wide loads to escort them.
Oh yeah.
Plus,
they're stripping the ground and extracting mostly aluminum now for transmission lines. So yeah, no, it's like this is honestly just evil for the sake of evil, and fuck renewable energies because they're not actually renewable. I've said it. YouTube can censor me and eat me off of everything.
Well, the next question is, where do these idiots think iron comes from?
Magic. Yeah, again, magic.
Yep.
Always magic.
And that's all it's about. It's not about reducing carbon emissions. It's not about lessening the impact on the environment. It's to go, power generation isn't doing it. And then don't look in the direction of the people making the wind turbine. They're literally just passing the buck. Like all of these companies that go, oh, we have no emissions. Why do you buy all your shit from China? Because they don't have laws about this. That's right. It's passing the buck.
They have no emissions in China because, don't look, we'll arrest you if you do.
Mm-hmm.
Disco's over here with her wind turbine made out of ribs.
Yeah, the Disco's got wind turbines on the side of her house.
Like pasties.
My Eagle house looks awesome.
Yes, but it also has windmills on the side of it.
Yeah, because I have mills in the basement.
It's renewable.
And they require the mechanical power, which is really annoying because I actually now have electrical power, but the game mechanic requires the mechanical power of the fucking turbines.
You're just twirling tassels for power.
So they stay.
Yeah, she's just got her spinny things out to make power.
Game of Fight. It's annoying because I actually do have actual power now. Like we've upgraded that we have a grid, but I can't take my wind turbines down because my mills will stop working.
Seems like a little bit of an oversight there, especially in a game about the environment. Like, wouldn't they want to trick you into using more electricity?
I don't know.
Speaking of,
Clearly, you need to use nuclear power for these.
speaking of, just go chill it real quick. What's the game? Where are you guys playing it?
Oh, it's Eco, and we have been playing it on the Big Green Bunch channel, Mondays and Fridays. I think we've probably only got one more week left of it though, because that meteor is
Getting really fucking close.
Space lasers.
I think it's like 8 days now or something, but we'll probably be okay. We'll just not let Kyle press the button because he'll probably like fanny around at the last minute, like, "Oh, is it gonna hit? Is it gonna hit?" And then hit the button like too late because he's fannying around.
Sounds about right. Oh dear. Okay, what do I have up next? I have some stories that are slightly less depressing. Well, some are. One's a little bit depressing, but also pretty good. Let's start. Hero. Yep.
Basic, tranny story hour or something.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
We've already had tranny story hour.
Yeah, that's how we summoned Trim.
Yes.
Never summon me again like that. It is a horrible experience.
I mean, the timing was fucking perfect.
It was.
You just say non-swatch 3 times and a Trim appears.
Non-swatch 3 times in the mirror and my life.
Non-swatch.
Trim just appears with a wood chipper. He's like, I was told.
Just hear the buzz of a wood chipper.
Yeah. Oh dear. So let's look at this story. Hero dog Eva, who saved owner from mountain lion, dies a month after attack. Good girl. Also, aww.
What state was this?
Good question. Hopefully it'll tell us. So a dog that saved its owner from a mountain lion has died of her injuries almost a month after the attack in California. Well, there's the fucking problem. If he'd been able to shoot the mountain lion, the dog would still be alive.
Oh yeah. It's California. Nobody deserved to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Except for,
the dog deserved to survive.
Exactly. Kill the Californians, save the dogs.
Exactly.
Poor doggo.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Malinois, so it's like one of the basest of dogs.
Yep. They're German Shepherds, but better.
They don't have the racial superiority complex going on.
Well, also, they're not hideously deformed through inbreeding.
Well, some
Like
German
Californians.
Shepherds also... True.
That's your words, not mine, but I'm not going to disagree.
Yeah, so the story says Erin Wilson, the owner of Eva, announced her dog, a Belgian Malinois, had died on a GoFundMe page that she made to raise money to pay for the vet bills. The attack happened on May 16th as Wilson was walking 2-year-old Eva along the Trinity River in rural Northern California. A mountain lion pounced on Wilson, swiping at her left shoulder. When she screamed, Eva sprang into action, attempting to defend her owner by attacking the cougar. After a few seconds of them fighting, the cougar managed to grab the dog by the head in its jaws. For the next several minutes, I tried everything I could to free her. Eventually, I ran to my vehicle for a weapon and flagged assistance from a kind woman named Sharon. Together, we beat at the cat while yelling until my dog was let go. Wilson ran her GoFundMe page. Right, so I reiterate my only statement that if she'd had a gun, problem fucking solved, and dog would probably still be alive.
Yeah. 2 women found a piece of PVC pipe.
Yep, and Wilson...
That's just like tickling the mountain lion.
Yeah, and Wilson began hitting the mountain lion with it until it dropped Eva's head. They also used pepper spray and even tried gouging at the cougar's eyes. Yeah, you know what would have solved the problem? 44 magnum to the head.
Yeah, hell, even a 22 would have pissed it off just enough for it to let go.
Yeah, but it's a 22. It'd just piss it off.
Yeah, well, yeah, but still. I mean, and I will say, yeah, mountain lions, catamounts, whatever you want to call them. It's like they're not an animal to be fucked with lightly. So,
no. But
the fact that Eva
they
went
will
in
be
and
fucked
went
with
for the throat.
somehow.
Yeah,
Only
I've,
furries.
Yeah, I've always been of the opinion that for people, you want something between 9 mil and 45, because to get as many rounds as possible. For something like for animals, you want the biggest revolver you can safely shoot with the most powerful fucking round you can get in it.
Short of 50 BMG, that's just gay.
I'm
biggest
no, the Desert Eagle is a fags go. But 50 BMG, I'm not opposed to the idea of shooting a mountain lion with a big fucking gun
left with a Browning.
Exactly. So Wilson initially set her fundraising goal for $5,000, but ended up raising over $35,000 to help pay for the vet bills. Initially, it looked as if Eva might pull through. On May 18th, she was walking and climbing into a human's laps, playing outside and eating soft foods. There was pep in her step, Wilson wrote. However, her condition started to deteriorate. Her skull fracture was pretty severe and her brain tissue is inflamed. Her brain is now pushing through the openings of the skull.
Oh no. Poor dog.
Good Papa died on Wednesday. So I would like to take this moment to blame whoever the dipshit governor of California is.
Gavin Newsom.
Oh, that
or
fucking
Gavin Newsom.
dipshit. Gavin Noncer.
God, I mean, this is just heartbreaking. Yeah, that was just a lovely dog doing what it was bred to do, and its owner couldn't save it. That's just no.
Yeah. All thanks to their shitty fucking gun laws. Like, any gun would have helped, but 357, 44 mag. what mountain lion?
Even.
Yep. Like even 22 would be an improvement, but that with something like with something bigger, one shot and it's fucking down. 22, you have to like aim into an eye and get it. But then again, I also still want to try rabbit hunting with a 50.
Yeah, it's a matter of pissing the cat off enough for it to leave.
Yes.
I mean,
Ardent Party makes a good point. If she had minutes that she spent trying to free the dog, a machete would have been helpful.
So I hear.
A knife would have been helpful. Like, even in fucking California, I'm pretty sure you can get a knife with a decent blade on it. Just a nice little flick knife, pull it out of your pocket, flick it open, slit the throat, problem fucking solved.
I don't know if I'd go that far. You do need a lot of force for a mountain lion.
True, but the mountain lion was distracted.
True. Yeah.
Alternatively, run it through your bayonet, then fire the trench gun. But literally anything. Like, she didn't even have a pointy stick of her own. She had to go get a pointy stick. Like, fuck me dead. You're in America. Even in California, you have more rights than the average than any Australian.
Yep.
You say that, but
it's actually true.
I mean, yeah, you just have to remember Californians are as retarded as New Yorkers.
Yeah.
Except for our dear friend from the Stoa group. He's one of the good ones.
He's from Washington State, really, right now. So
yeah, but
just giving him some leeway.
But wasn't he going to do something ridiculous like move to Australia for pussy? It's not worth it.
No. He is moving there for a while to finish business, and then he returns to America.
Oh, thank God for that.
It's not a permanent change.
But still, why would you come to Australia at all? It's like going to North Korea or China. It's a stupid fucking idea, because you never know when the fascist dictatorships might decide to lock the borders and declare you a criminal.
True, but I mean, if it's that good of a woman, men do a lot of stupid things for good women.
No, men do a lot of stupid things for bad women. So why not do
That's
something
true.
stupid for a good woman?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Always worth doing something for a good one. Yeah.
Well, we'll have a look at that other story that we saw earlier. 4-year-old boy survives for 2 days in the harsh Montana wilderness. I'm certain I've seen that face in some horror movie. Hold on.
The kid had a journey.
Oh,
Wait,
poor
is he
Yep.
wearing killdozer pajamas?
Here he is. There he is. That's him. I thought I recognized that face. Here's Chucky.
He has finally taken human form.
Oh dear. Kid has seen some shit. Base Ape's like, the shit, it's a little chilly out there, face.
Yeah. North.
Oh, fuck me
so
dead.
he's up near
Temperatures in the
Glacier.
low 40s. Oh, fuck, that is cold.
No, it's not.
I'm Australian.
Sorry,
the low 40s in Celsius is cold.
I'm just looking at this. It's like, yeah, I've been there in that temperature. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know, it's like,
Yeah, but add
little
rain
kid,
and
like,
wind
did
chill.
taste shit, but-
It must have been a rough
it's
night.
Won't comment too much.
Have to go work for that.
Yeah.
He's cold. He's too cold.
No. Because 40s in Montana this time of year is kind of average. But when you're talking like around freezing, it's a little bit more.
Yeah. So, 4-year-old.
Just saying.
Yeah, 4-year-old boy has been found after surviving 2 days in the Montana wilderness. He was found after a 2-day search to try and locate him in the dense forests of northwest Montana. Multiple agencies utilised ground crews, ATV teams, K9 teams, drones, helicopters, and even a boat unit to try to locate the kid who went missing from his backyard near Troy, Montana. Oh, from his backyard. Okay. Interestingly enough, it was a neighbour who contacted the police. Right. Interesting. With temperatures in the low 40s, heavy rain, thick forests, poor visibility, and not to mention thunderstorms, it made the search extremely difficult. And to make matters worse, the initial description of what the youngster was wearing was also inaccurate. So this is where they start to annoy me with their shitty... Well, they'd already annoyed me with their bad grammar, worse spelling. How? Not really sure. You don't know what your kid was wearing when he went missing? Like, motherfucker, I don't know what I'm wearing half the time when I'm outside.
Yeah.
You don't even know what you're wearing now, so...
Well, that's a simple answer.
What are you wearing?
Yeah.
People might be like, what are you wearing today? Be like, get me a mirror.
I'm wearing
That's
clothes,
it.
thank
Don't-
you.
I don't remember what I put on this morning.
Without looking down, describe what you're wearing today.
Rhodesian camouflage shirt. Shorts.
Wearing. The fuck is that?
Yes. But like, that's it. Like, people throw on clothes for themselves and pay no attention. They'll grab the kid, and it's a 4-year-old, so I imagine it roughly went like, you grab the kid, I'll throw a shirt on it. Shunk.
Well, looking at the picture, it looks like the kid was wearing like a onesie or something.
Looks
So
like,
it's
yeah, it
probably
looks like
just,
he's in onesie or
either
pajamas or
bedwear
something.
or like casual wear. Like, so it maybe if you were actually like going out, you'd be like, okay, like I put something smart on the kids. But if they're just wearing their fucking pajamas, like he had some of his fucking bedwear on. Like, let me go and figure out which onesie is not in the drawer. Like,
right now, I've got to say, it looks like he's wearing a killdozer onesie. Which is
Yeah, there are
nice.
bulldozers and other rifle-moving equipment on it, which is pretty good. But also, and this is something I've learned from work actually doing this shit in the real world, unlike these morons on this website. The description doesn't matter when you're looking for kids. Even adults in a lot of
something small and child-shaped.
Well, you're kind of getting there, but even for adults, because I've done a lot of searching for missing people in the bush. I'll give you a hint. If they're not wearing the same uniform I am, that is probably them. That
Unless they're in Norway.
Not to mention, like, if they were kidnapped, like, the kidnapper could very easily change the clothing. So,
yes,
like,
and if
why
they were
would you
even a remotely competent kidnapper, it's probably the first thing they do, because they know that there'll be an Amber Alert up with the description of what the kid's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you change? Like, if they had been kidnapped, they'd probably have their clothes changed, so that would be irrelevant anyway.
Yeah, but again, you're searching in the wilderness, and especially in the teams that I've done it in, which aren't just random volunteers who've shown up. It's trained people in uniform. Like, you're more professional, not paid, but more professional mountain rescue kind of units. So, who's the missing person? Well, it's the only person out here that isn't dressed like us or a cop.
Yeah, or that, oh, well, we struggled to find the child because, we had the wrong description of what they were wearing. It's like, if you found a child in the wilderness, it's probably that one. Like, how many children did you pass in the wilderness and go, oh,
they don't match the description.
T-shirt.
Yeah, wrong color
Wrong
t-shirt.
T-shirt. Sorry, kid. Your parents report you missing before. Like, you find a child in the wilderness, be like, perhaps this child shouldn't be here.
Well, that's it. Even if it is not the one specific child you're after, maybe stop and go, why the fuck are you here? You do not belong here.
Not the child you're looking for.
That's it. But it's like, maybe it's like, who are you, where are you from, and how do we get in contact with your parents, because you shouldn't fucking be here in the first place.
I don't really see how
Bigfoot.
How misremembering which onesie the kid had on makes any difference to the search.
Yeah, especially if they fucked off and if they went out into the backyard to play and then saw something interesting out in the woods at 6 a.m, which kids have been known to do. Get up before mum and dad because they're tired from dealing with the kids' shit yesterday.
The only time I could see it maybe be more important is if it's in a built-up town area and there's going to be other kids around, and so having an idea what to look for at first glance could be helpful.
Yeah,
You're looking at a kid in a red t-shirt. Okay, that's going to be sort of in the back of your mind, because if there's lots of kids running around, then looking for the one in the red t-shirt is a good place to start. In the wilderness, there's probably not going to be any other kids.
And if they are, maybe you should investigate that.
Yeah, and just looking at the map, it's like this kid is basically in a part of Montana where there are no other towns.
Yep.
We're talking populations of 1,000 or less in these areas.
That face cracks me up, though.
And he was found just over 2 miles from where he went missing. That's an incredible amount of distance for a child that age to cover.
Very. There's a author and YouTuber named David Paulides who talks about a lot of these sorts of things, and the biggest thing he always touches on is the distance covered by these children. Always seems kind of there's an impracticality amongst it.
I mean, 2 days he could have told me far in 2 days.
But still, it's a decent chunk of distance.
Yeah, if it was 1 day, that's definitely kind of pushing the limits for a kid at that age.
Mm-hmm. So, and again, the other point was, even for adults, it doesn't really matter. Especially in Australia. For example, in this photo, it's a bunch of volunteers wearing fucking camouflage for some reason. Meanwhile, in Australia, the people doing... Well, fortunately, from our previous article about the ANZ being a bunch of cucks, there's a picture of the organisation down here. Try this uniform on for size. bright orange with reflective stripes. Here's a hint. If you're in the middle of the bush and you're looking for a missing adult, it's the one not dressed like that.
Wait, it's a tranny flag that's been brought down by that tree.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's what really happened. They misgendered the child.
Clearly. And the child ran away and needs protection. But yeah, that's how you tell who you're looking for in the middle of the bush. It's the person not dressed in bright orange. And again, in slightly less bumfuck nowhere places, when we've been out looking for missing people, like, if someone comes walking down the track, we're going to be like, hey, look, we're looking for this person. One, have you seen them? Two, are you them?
That sounds backwards, but okay.
Yeah. Because sometimes we get photos, which makes things easier, but sometimes we just get descriptions. And the photos make it shitloads easier, but with just descriptions, like, we know that people get clothes wrong all the fucking time anyway. Like, half the time when you're given a description, you don't fucking know whether it's reliable. So if you're being sent out looking for a 25-year-old woman, any female that you see out there between the age of 12 and 40, you're going to be like, hey, we're out here looking for such and such. You're not them by any chance, are you? Like, it's not exactly complicated.
Yeah, it is if you're a Democrat named Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you're looking for a lot of minors.
Sadly, none of them are actually digging in the ground.
Well, they could have found him faster if they'd had Joe Biden. Just point him in the air and get him to sniff, and they'll go that way.
Yeah, Joe Biden, the bloodhound president.
Yeah, but they would feel like using a pig to dig for truffles. You have to.
So you're using a pig to dig for children?
Well, no. You need to make sure that it doesn't eat the child once it gets there.
Exactly. You have to make sure he doesn't nonce the child, because when you're using a pig to get truffles, you have to be quick to tear the truffle away before the pig eats it. If not, it loses all its value.
Yep. Well, good thing for Biden is, once you nonce it once, the kid hasn't lost all its value.
Yeah, but it will lose its will to live.
Well, I don't know. Look at Hunter.
To be fair, that happens naturally to any kid that's paying attention by the time they're an adult. If you haven't,
want to use
true, but if you haven't lost your will to live by 21, you're not paying attention.
True.
That is a point.
And yes, Billy, I pretend to be a biologist on TV.
Just like Fauci.
Exactly. Call me Mr. The Science.
Yes. Oh dear. We have another article. Last one. Some actual good news. Fantastic giant tortoise believed extinct confirmed alive in the Galapagos.
Oh, nice.
Yay.
It humped a shoe long enough where it could breed.
A tortoise from a Galapagos species, long believed extinct, has been found alive and now confirmed to be a living member of the species. The tortoise, named Fernanda after her Fernandina Island home, is the first of her species identified in more than a century. Doesn't necessarily mean the species isn't extinct. It's a tortoise. The species could be extinct, and it could still be one of them.
No, she could be the last.
Yeah, like tortoises live a long fucking time. Yeah,
I mean, it's what, 105 years on average for these tortoises?
Yep, and they're like, it's the first of our species identified in more than a century. Yeah, but are you sure she wasn't the one you identified last time?
Or, like, if she's not a youngster, then she's potentially just not a new one.
Yep. Just in hiding.
Yeah, so the Fernandina Island Galapagos giant tortoise, or known by the common name fantastic giant tortoise, was known only from a single specimen collected in 1906. The discovery in 2019 of a female tortoise living on Fernandina Island provided the opportunity to determine what the species lives on. Doesn't necessarily mean if the species has survived. Just because an individual's still there doesn't mean the species has survived.
Exactly.
Yep. By sequencing the genomes of both the living individual and the museum specimen, and comparing them to 13 others, to the other 13 species of Galapagos giant tortoises, they showed that just 2 Fernandina tortoises are members of the same species, genetically distinct from all others. Yes, so there we go. But still.
Well, that's kind of a white pill.
Yeah.
Ish. Grey.
Kind of.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty good for the Sultans.
Good enough for us.
Then it turns out the tortoise is actually a pedophile.
Okay, I have a white pill, and I was gonna keep it for this evening for this stream with Monkey, but Monkey has betrayed me, so instead I will share the white pill.
Yay,
with
white
Bessie.
pills.
Hey!
And
Is it
this
actual
is
ribs?
no what? It's a white pill. What do you?
Don't ruin this, Bleach.
I have to. It's
No.
my only purpose.
Shut up, American.
Strange. Stop it.
Can't you see
I'm
she
being
has to
denied
bargain
my
it
very
now?
existence.
Okay, so there's 2 parts to this, Basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first
And
part is
this
announced
is-
being thrown into the wood chipper.
Shushed. Gonna ask Bezic to mute Bleach in a minute. Right, so this is the first part. Let's send it here, and then this is the aftermath.
Okay.
So play them in order.
Here is part 1. Let me make sure that everything is working for this one.
Look. Kitty. He's on the side of the road. You're gonna get killed for sure. Someone just said, oh no, it's a whole
Oh, with lots of kitties.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god.
Holy crap, that's a lot of kitties.
It's ambush I've ever seen.
Gotta replay that.
So, I don't know
That
if
is
you
the
can hear it, but
best
he's
thing.
basically going, I can't take all of you. I can't take all of you.
I am replaying part of it.
love the strategy of these
I
fuckers.
can't believe
one
that.
goes
It's like-
down, checks it safe.
Like 3 or 4 of them pop out at once, and then it's like, oh shit, there's 4 of you. And then it's like, oh fuck, there's even more.
That's a white pill.
We gotta keep
Now, if you have a look at part 2, he's like, I can't take all of you.
Well, we'll finish with the first video. Oh, the kitties are really happy to see him.
This is the most adorable ambush in the world.
Oh. Yeah, most adorable ambush. Oh, God, Lord. He can't escape. He's being tackled.
Kitties know what they want.
And then we have the aftermath. If it wants to load.
That's a big if. Aww.
Took 'em all, didn't he?
He took them all.
Yeah, he did.
It's got a car full of cuteness.
You
I want a
fucking
car full
good.
of cuteness.
Most adorable carjacking ever.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
it.
My base says I've seen this. Well, yes, I was keeping this for our white pill stream, but since you're a betrayer, Monkey, Bezzy gets it instead.
Dirty betrayer monkey.
I'm okay with this. It means we get it.
So this was both adorable and had a happy ending because all the kitties are in the car.
Kitties.
Just aww.
Look,
Right,
why
a
can
10-minute
I
loop
never
is
be
this.
ambushed by a pack of kittens?
Because you live in England. You can get ambushed by a bunch of Pakistani men if you like, but that's all we've got to offer you.
Or Pakistani men dressed as furries.
I want a kitty ambush.
He has
just
all
great.
the
Like,
kitties.
the timing of it was perfect as well. It was almost choreographed. He picks up the single kitty who had got his attention, and these four little heads just pop out of the grass.
And then he's just
It
bum
looks like
rushed.
there's like 10 of them.
At least, easily. Well, I'll play the video again because it's so adorable.
Side of the road. You're gonna get killed for sure. Someone just. Oh no! It's a whole. Oh my gosh!
Oh no! Oh no!
And they just keep coming.
We got a kitten problem.
They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Oh my gosh!
Like, is it safe?
Oh. It's safe for the kitties, not for him. And then the last one comes tumbling out. Just.
I love this.
It's great.
I love this.
The caption, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
The headline should read, man attacked by vicious pack of animals.
Man carjacked by vicious locals. Man carjacked by gang of local youths.
Man stands no chance.
He didn't. I damn near tripped him.
Well, he was wearing Crocs, so he deserved it.
But he saved all the kitties.
He does not have a car full of adorableness.
Yes. Drive-by adorableness.
Cats everywhere.
I like the one in the driver's seat the most, though, because he's like, hey, I'm going to drive. I'm going to drive.
You know, he's now got to try and drive that car back with those kids. He's not no carrier or anything, so they're just going to be running riot around the car while he's trying to drive back home.
Yep. Oh, there's there's one of the teensy ones just sitting up back looking out the window.
He's going to be like pulling kittens out of his hair as he's
driving
home. Will you fucking get back in the back of the...
Can you imagine if he gets pulled over? I can't wind the window down, officer, or you'll get attacked.
Like, you're supposed to have these secured... They weren't mine 10 minutes ago. They ambushed me. Yeah, likely story. No, I have a video.
I really like the one with the off-colored tail that's in the driver's seat.
Yes.
Yeah.
This reminds me of another of a video. Let me see if we can get a look at it.
Fantastic. I love it.
That's beautiful. Oh, that made my day.
This one. Oh, yes.
Oh, it's a classic.
It's a cat climbing on his foot.
It's not just climbing on his foot. It's climbing on his everything.
I like how he just kind of casually pushes the cat almost aside, but it's like, no, sorry, I've got to write on this notepad, cat. Oh, no, all right.
Well, he can write on the notepad now. The cat's out of the way, technically. Get off, he says.
He's taken that remarkably well.
You cannot deny the cat.
Oh, I like how even after he kind of Gets the cat off him. It's like the cat's like, no, you're mine.
I'm back. I'm coming back again. Right on top. He's so determined to write that ticket.
The officer's like, and I was assaulted by adorableness.
Why did it take you so long to write that ticket? Well, this vicious mountain lion.
The owner had a special kind of security feature.
Yes, it was horrible, don't you see?
Oh, that was adorable.
Cats are the best creatures.
Yeah.
They fucking are.
Cats can be good boys too. Sometimes.
Even more, more so than dogs sometimes.
But only
Especially
sometimes.
when they attack the neighbor's dog, which weighs about 100 pounds, and 25-pound cat just like, no, fuck you.
Some cats have no chill.
Why should they? They're cats.
Oh dear. That was amazing.
Sometimes you need to have some white bills.
That was worthwhile. The videolytics thing on screen, Billy, it's one of the many extensions you can get to get more information on YouTube videos. Like how many comments and views and likes and crap it's got. Oh, dearie me. Oh, the donut operator video in videos. Yes, we can have a look at that one. Because we do enjoy seeing scumbags get shot.
You mean earning what they've deserved.
Hi everyone, Donut here. We're going to be taking a look at new dash cam showing a shooting out of North Carolina with a pucker factor of over 9,000. But for the video that we're going to be focusing on today, though, has probably one of the best shots I've ever seen on a traffic stop. It was a little rushed, but it saved the trooper's life and put the suspect down instantly. 21-year-old Mark Diaz was pulled over for a simple seatbelt violation by a veteran highway patrol officer. You can tell he's a veteran because he doesn't use a shoulder mic on his radio. We don't want any of that fancy crap on our radio. The driver and passenger both fiddle around and say neither one of them has license or registration. The trooper smells a little bit of the wacky tobacco and asks the suspect to step out of the car. That's when the suspect produces a pistol and puts it in the trooper's face.
Do what? Speak up. Do what? You're near what? Alright, well speak up when you're talking, sir. On 64 here, you didn't have a seatbelt on. The law says you got to have it on no matter where you're at on the road.
Hear all of it.
It's driver's license.
Yeah, that's probably a multitude of reasons.
ID.
Not least of which is the fact that it's coming through Discord, which keeps liking to kill it because it doesn't come through properly.
Yeah. The perp is driving a Ford. So.
He deserves what he fucking gets.
The trooper John whips and deflects the gun with his hand, retreats, and does a 360 no-scope one-tap on the suspect. Technically, it's a 180 no-scope, but 360 just sounds better.
Fucking done!
The suspect drops like a sack of taters and passes away shortly after. The trooper
I know!
His buddy, on the other hand, nopes the heck out and comes back a little later off camera. This part makes me pucker up a little bit because the suspect's gun is still beside him when the trooper runs back to his car to get his med kit.
Well, we've seen the scumbag get ventilated.
Yep. And the friend in the vehicle runs away like a screaming little trans girl.
Yeah, and by doing that...
I didn't get to see it, sadly, because I was having a clutch moment in Elden Ring.
Well, the guy definitely won him...
Clutching.
The stupid part is, the friend won himself... won himself a crime by running away. If he'd just stayed there and went, the weed was his, the weed was his, probably would have got off scot-fucking-free.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Billy's like, are you into all that stuff? I assume in reference to the video analytics. Gee, Billy, it's not as if I run 3 YouTube channels or anything.
Oh, he's gonna at the shit out of you now.
Oh, boy.
Oh, dear. And yes, I have seen the video where the cop one-taps a guy holding a baby. If you check out Donut Operator's other videos, apparently the same cop ventilated another fucking loser recently. Yeah, check out, because Donut's doing daily, well, 4 times a week streams of the latest news and criminals getting shot in the face.
Latest and greatest.
Yep. My favourite video's got to be...
Trunk Monkey?
Yeah.
What's Base doing in the US?
Apparently sneaking across the border in the trunk.
Bait. He's
Spreading monkey pox.
Yeah.
Oh, that monkey. Whatever shall we do with him?
One of my favorite
white pills.
One of my favorite Donut Operator videos has got to be where the Antifa dipshit tries to enroll his daughter in a school when he's not allowed to do that, and then he argues with the school resource officers, then gets into a fight with them, tries to shoot him, and gets murked.
Sounds like a good idea.
Murking Antifa dipshits, yes.
Sounds like a great idea.
I mean, that's just taking out the trash for most places.
Oh, speaking of, he was the dirtbag was also carrying a gun in a school, which is illegal. Funny that. Actually, can I get the Donut Operator video up? Because it's a fucking brilliant one. Because the cop makes a series of good decisions.
I hope the ultimate decision was the last one.
Yeah, I've got it in here somewhere, so let me just drag that off screen. So I can have a look at my watch history and see if I can find the damn thing. It's in here somewhere. I've been on an active self-protection binge recently, so I've got a lot of videos to scroll through.
Well, you know, when you've got a fascist government running your country, you tend to do those sorts of things.
Yeah, wish you were armed, yes.
I wish the entirety of the West had a decent gun culture.
Mm-hmm.
You mean like it used to 100 years ago?
Yeah, basically.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, motherfucker! Yeah, there we go. Oh, dear. Let me make some quick changes, if I can, to see if I can get better quality audio to the rest of the hosts. If I change that and turn this off, hopefully you guys can hear it. I think you're all watching my stream in Discord, yes.
Kind of.
Well,
yep.
Some of you are playing Eco, and some of you are playing...
Actually, I had to time out because Arch has a guest tonight on Archcast, and he asked me real nice to make
no, he
the
didn't.
guest.
He told you just to shut off.
And some people are playing
Why
Elden
would he tell me
Ring.
to shut off? Like,
I don't know.
Why would he tell me to shut off?
I have a phone. Looking at it through the phone.
Making things
You
up.
just need to play the audio. That's all you need to do.
Where were we? Just before we do the thumbnail, guy's got a gun in hand and his shirt says "Smash the patriarchy and chill."
Yeah, that's a different one.
Hi everyone, Donut here. Today
I
we're going to
wish
be
they
doing a good
used a,
old-fashioned shooting breakdown between a local activist out of Eugene, Oregon,
The audio working for everyone?
Rose, and the Eugene Police Department. This
Sweet.
shooting took place on January 11th at the Cascade Middle School in Eugene, Oregon, which is probably the last place you would ever want an officer-involved shooting to go down at. A little bit about Charles before we get into the actual incident that involved him and the police officers on January 11th.
At least
he was
Donut
a
has
pretty
a
outspoken
half-decent
activist,
mustache.
and he had been reported to the
Yes.
FBI
Yeah,
in 2018
that's a
for
pretty good
posting
one.
some violent anti-government messages on Facebook. 2 days before the actual shooting took place, there was a post about police in Portland killing a man, and he added the comment,
motherfucker.
"Time to start killing pigs." A few hours before the
What?
shooting took place at the middle school, there was a post on the Facebook page of the police department that Natalie Corona worked.
You missed that, Trim?
It's time to start killing pigs.
That's what he said. Now, guess how that worked out for him.
Pretty well, I assume.
Well, he got what he fucking deserved, that's for sure.
Lovely.
Worked for. I don't know if you remember us talking about her. She was the 22-year-old female officer who had only been on the job for a little bit, and she went to investigate a wreck, and she got gunned down by some psycho who happened to be walking by and didn't like police. Charles commented on that, "Death to all pigs." Needless to say, I don't think Charles was a big fan of the police. So how did Charles and two police officers end up on the ground fighting for survival at a middle school full of hundreds of kids? Quick rundown before we get into the actual shooting. Charles had put his daughter in that middle school the week of the shooting, and it turns out that the mother is the only one, as per the courts, who could choose the middle school for the daughter. So the mom shows up to the middle school
He's
looking
using
for the
his
daughter.
kid
So
as a
naturally,
cover.
the school resource officer, Steve Timms, was called
They always
in to
do.
help figure out what was going on here. And the school also called Charles and said, "Hey, come up here. Your wife is here wanting your daughter." Officer Tim, seeing that this could be a developing domestic disturbance happening at the school, calls up Officer Aaron Johns, who is also a school resource officer at a different school, to come back him up. This was a very, very smart move on his part. As we know, and as we've discussed on this channel before, domestic disturbances can be the most dangerous cause for a police officer to go to. Witnesses state that the conversation was very respectful between Charles, the mother, and the police officer. The mother had court documents stating that she was the only one who could decide what school the daughter goes to. Charles said he wouldn't answer any more questions, so seeing a domestic dispute possibly happening in the school, the resource officer asked Charles to leave the property. The mother had court documents stating that yes, she was the only person who could decide what school the daughter goes to. Charles tells Officer Timms that he's not going to answer any more questions. Officer Timms, seeing a possible domestic dispute happening inside of the school, tells Charles he needs to leave. Charles listened to the officers. He started to step outside, but he stopped in the hallway to tell the officers that they had no jurisdiction over him. This one officer is kind of in charge of the hundreds of kids surrounding him safety, so he said, "Hey, you need to leave again."
He looks like a school shooter.
And anti-fan member, yeah.
To the left, it looks like he's
Why not
trying to
both?
walk down the hall. The officers are like, "No, you're not
Isn't
going to
that
be in the
much
school any
difference?
longer.
Both are trying to put things in children that
most
don't
important
belong there."
thing here is the safety of these kids." And that's when the 3 steps to policing came into play. Ask, tell, make. Charles chose make, so they started pushing him out the door. He still wouldn't leave the property voluntarily, so both police officers decided that they had probable cause to arrest him for disorderly conduct and trespassing. That's when a struggle took place, and Charles pulls out a 9mm pistol. Officer Johns fell to the ground while holding on to Charles' arms, but Charles was still able to crank off 2 shots, narrowly missing Officer Timms.
Shoot him in the dick! Shoot him in the dick!
Officer Timms backs up
He
a little
shoots
bit,
him in
but
something,
2
something,
bullets just
alright.
whizzed past his face. He fell on the ground. He cranks off a shot, which bounces off of the pavement and goes into the parking lot. And then he fired off one more shot, which went into the side of Charles's head, killing him.
Nothing of value was lost.
Yep, nothing of value was lost. Should have shot him just for the shirt.
No, they should have just beheaded him for the shirt.
Yes.
Put his head on a pike in front of, National Organization of Women or some shit like that.
Yeah. But here he is in a school, which is a gun-free zone, with a gun.
Mm-hmm.
yelling,
I have a right to be a nonce. It's like, no. Got what you fucking deserve.
Step
you
away
piece
from
of
the
shit.
kids, you pedo.
And I
I mean, those
always
glasses
the only
alone should
thing.
be a capital sentence.
Fuck yeah. Dearie me. Well, I think that about wraps things up for today.
Yeah.
Trim, what are you doing in approximately an hour, and why is it playing Valheim?
Trim.
Wah, wah.
You put us off for nearly 2 months.
I did promise you that, didn't I? Yeah, it's
You did. I hope you set your goddamn PC up
completely
now.
unsurprising to anyone. I'm going to be playing Valheim with my good friends, what we agreed
And
to
captors.
doing a long time ago.
What a shock!
Oh boy.
Trim's like,
That was something.
you guys can put the gun down now. I said I would play.
Trim, take your smash the patriarchy and chill shirt off, and you'll be safe if you play Valheim.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I got you good though, didn't I? Fucking smooth ass delivery. Oh dear. But
Valheim in an hour. But before that, I'm gonna make myself something to eat.
you slightly more seriously, do you have time to play Valheim for many hours with us?
Yeah,
We
I'm pretty
shall make time.
Oh boy, that
The small violent woman is holding you hostage now.
To be
Blink
fair,
twice.
Let go of my artery in my heel, please. The knife stings.
Blink twice if you're willing to do this. Oh, that's twice.
Yeah.
Cough twice if I'm in danger.
Yes. Oh, actually, that reminds me of something else. Disco and I are looking for ideas for another Ideologian playthrough in the Old Rimworld. So if you've got any of
We will
those...
put the best ones into a poll on
Or
my
the worst
channel.
ones.
And
The funniest ones.
Quote, best quote unquote.
Yes. Which may include cringiest, or most likely to end in immediate failure.
Yes.
So gay space communism sounds about
I
right.
mean, we tried that.
Yeah, we tried.
Have you tried gay black N-words from outer space before?
I mean, wasn't man one of those?
Pretty much.
Yes, man.
Yeah, one of the options in the poll will be to see if Boar...
If Boar can rebuild.
Yep, that will be an option. Then we'll have a few others, which... we've got a few, but we could just use a few more to flesh out the poll, and we'll see what everyone likes. And...
I'm gonna link part 1 in live chat for people that haven't actually already seen the original playthrough. But yes, one of the options will be to allow Boar to try and rebuild his Ideologian, since he is the only remaining member.
Yeah, but there's no cats left.
He killed the cats.
I thought that was Ma'am that killed the cats.
Well, it was George that killed the cats.
No. When he tried to escape, Boar killed all the cats.
Well, he killed
killed
all the remaining cats.
And then he went to leave, and then he was like, "Actually, I'm hungry."
The thumbnail really kind of gives that one. Those two away of how they're going. It was glorious.
One of my coolest NPCs just left. Well, at least he didn't die.
I do like how we both, when we did the thumbnails, because we did the thumbnails independently, we both put Boar by himself.
Well, to be fair, I got that idea from yours. I'm like, yes, got to stick Boar over in the corner with Bezic.
Oh, I gotta say, for the white pills thing you do with Monkey, I adore that tiny babby monkey you put there. It's like, wow, look at that thing. It's fucking adorable.
The tiny baby monkey. That was that the art that he got commissioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was an art piece that we got commissioned from Robert.
Commissioned someone else but me?
Yes. You still need to be commissioned to do my banner at some point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Won't be this month because the government decided to rob me.
Rim job idea.
Speaking of banners, Trim was doing something useful earlier today. And he was actually working on the banner for his YouTube channel.
Yes.
Oh.
There's a distinct lack of beard. But hey, we'll get to it.
I like
now.
I like the name of your book, Doodle These Nuts.
It's not a book, it's actually my
it's your
drawing
tablet,
pad.
isn't it?
Yep.
Oh dear. I see Spitter. Your little spider friend.
Yes, a tiny little spooter. Hey, Disco, come pick it up.
What? Spidey.
Pick up the spider.
Actually, do I have the image I blatantly stole from Disco to make a thumbnail out of?
I don't know. I've just posted the tiny monkey thing that Trim was talking about.
Look how adorable it is.
There we go. I believe is that one by the same person who drew Base New Monkey? Your avatar playing with the Spidey?
Yeah, that's Robert. Robert normally does music. Actually, he's the composer for our game studio, but he's also a fantastic artist, and I love his artwork. He does like this really kind of cutesy style, and so I will be commissioning some more of him at some point for my channel because I do like the cute ones that he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of Trim doing art, he's really, really bad at shilling.
See, I would get Trim to do more of my avatar, but the thing is, Trim doesn't like to do female in his drawings, which is why he hid me behind the desk.
Just the desk.
I can try, but
it's kind of difficult to get Trim to do my avatar.
So bad. I try, but I'm so bad at it. But I can.
But
if you want this,
will.
I can make an avatar for you. If you really want,
will
I'll make
get
one for
you to do. I mean, I would be interested to see how you tackled it without putting me behind a desk.
Yeah.
And I probably will get you to do the banner for my channel.
Amounts of cringe.
So, speaking of Trimmy Boy and his art, he has a YouTube channel. I don't know if he's ever logged into the YouTube channel, but he does have.
Hey! I log into it on a weekly basis.
Yeah, like
no, not that one.
I talked about this one. What are you showing off?
Oh, good. It's hard to tell.
I'm not that incompetent. Almost, but that's just almost.
So on his YouTube channel, we post videos of time lapses of him drawing things, such as this thing.
It's for a project I'm doing with the Stoa group. It's gonna be one of the villains in one of our stories, and I look forward to see how this is gonna turn out.
Ah, yes, the senator.
Nanomachine, son.
So yes, Trim do art. And now that Trim is back on dry land, Trim is also going to be attempting to do art streams.
This is apparently...
Oh, shut up, YouTube. So Trim is going to be doing art streams, and on his art streams, he will, from time to time, be taking requests for things to sketch out.
You'll also be wearing trousers.
We hope.
Yeah. I mean, yes, of course I'll be wearing pants.
We don't believe you, Joe.
And speaking of commissioning Trim, if you want him to have less choice in the matter, feel free to commission him on his Ko-Fi page.
Yes. I would love to earn some more money.
Yes, he would like money.
And besides, if I get enough commissions to make a job out of this, I no longer have to be on the boat.
Yes.
Which also means I can spend more time drawing, making streams, as well as
just playing
Valheim. Playing. Yes.
Yes, and for a reasonable fee, you could have your own specially made Trim style art.
Yes.
So, stay tuned for news of Trim doing his streams, and you can get Trim
If I get Trim to make me one, I should force him to do something like really cutesy.
Yes.
I mean, I'll
like
if you pay me, I'll do my
out of his
damnedest.
comfort zone and make him do something really cute.
Well, I can try cute, honestly, but don't make me try anything sexy. It's gonna be fucking horrible.
Sounds like a reason to do it.
Yeah.
That does sound like a reason to do it.
It's
doesn't
cringe.
Yes.
I do cringe regularly. I am a cringe person, but that is just too much cringe even for me.
No, you're going to have to do the Hallmark movie type cutesy bullshit.
Oh. Hey, there is one thing though. I will not do Cal Arts. I have some. I have some.
Well, no, we said standards, not bullshit.
Let's be real,
Thank you.
Trim. We know that it's just a matter of price.
Yes. Yes. I'm actually not gonna lie. I'll pretty much do almost anything for money. And I know exactly what it sounds like, and yes.
The Thought Patrol on Trim.
Yes. Trim can draw Biden for you. Maybe check out one of his streams or buy him a coffee.
I mean, or 2 or 5.
Yep, you can either commission it or you can come hang out on one of our streams. Maybe send a super chat or something. Donation. Get Force Trim to draw the most horrific YouTube appropriate thing you can think of.
I draw Biden. I'm gonna draw. If I'm gonna have to draw Biden, I'm gonna draw him in the Night King pose. And just have a bunch of voters behind.
Prime Knight would like to know what would 2 avatar pictures cost, Trim?
2 avatar pictures. Well, that would be like I guess it would be 60? Because there would be no background, right?
Correct.
So 60 euros should be it.
Each or for 2?
For 2, that'd be 2 separate images would be 2 separate images. However, if you want 2 characters in the same image, then how much? I think it's like 20 euros extra or something.
Something like that. Hold on.
Yeah.
I think we actually built this into it. Yes. An extra character in the image is 20 euros. And a simple background will get you an additional 5 euros. But if you do ask for a simple background image, make sure the bastard gives you a transparent PNG as well.
Hey, note that I have ever since that first time always done images in transparent PNG, transparent background.
Hey,
because
just
someone
noticed
now has
Trim's
actually
taking his
managed to
background
mess
out.
up not adding color behind them. Because let's give transparent now. Basic.
Background of color.
Wait, has Sherman finally removed his green backgrounds?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, I haven't. No, never, ever. No.
He
been
finally
a
got
bit
rid of the green
square forever.
background.
I don't learn. I never learn. I never learn technology.
Well done,
swear.
Jim.
So, Jihads has arrived just in time for the pack up shilling. Hola.
Well, don't worry, Jill.
Valhalla.
You can join us for Valheim in about an hour.
Yes. Speaking of Valheim, feel free to
We need to
join
make
us
it down now.
for that soonish. Ah, that's
Now,
right.
after this shill, have another shill, and after this shill, another shill.
Yep.
Shill shimmery, shill shimmery, shill shimmery.
In approximately an hour-ish, we will be streaming some Valheim, where we will strap Chim to a cart and go on adventures.
We need to, that's one thing. Like, did we ever figure out if we could import images into Valheim? Because we really should put the fan art on the tower.
I had a look and I couldn't find
All of it?
anything.
Wait, what?
Not all of it.
What
There was fan art for the tower siege.
Yes.
Wait, there's more fan art?
Well, it's the same fan art, Jim.
Oh, okay. I thought it was more.
What was the existing fan art not enough for you?
No, I'd
Nope.
just be surprised if somebody wants to make fan art out of our shit show. No offense.
I mean, you were there.
Offense taken.
Good.
On behalf of somebody else.
Oh,
Shall take the carry offense like
oh,
has handles.
excellent. Yes. It is entirely possible that we can get the images in there. We will investigate this during the
Do it.
downtime.
Yeah.
Do it!
And it
I
is
mean,
entirely
Valheim.
possible that I can also put that on the... You can also put the image onto the full sale. So we will investigate some things like this.
Yay.
So if you would like to come watch us use Trim as a beast of burden...
Yes, I am a bird.
Or if you don't want to, go ahead and do it anyway.
Yes, even if you don't want to, put it on the background so we get the views.
You know, all this abuse I'm getting for you is nothing compared to the shit I go through on the fucking boat anyway.
Well, the difference is we still like you, Trim.
Yeah, you're not lying.
Even if from time to time we hear a loud thud and a crash, screams, and then go, Trim, what the fuck did you do?
Damn it, man, put your pants back on.
Never. I'm in my own house. I do what I want.
Yes. So, if you want to come join us for that, you can, and you're a Twitch kind of person, you can hit us up at twitch.tv/Bezic1000, or if you're not a Twitch person, you can hit us up on Discordia's channel, which is linked in the description of this video.
If you're not a Twitch person, you should make a Twitch account and subscribe to Bezic so he can start making money. Because
Yes,
Bezic is a good boy and deserves money too. He needs money for his text and translation. Help Bezic out. Save a life.
Texans aren't cheap.
Yeah, indeed. And you gotta have a 6-shooter on each hip, big iron on your hip.
Yes.
Other than that, I think that is everything until we are back in hour-ish.
Yes, I'm gonna start my stream probably for about half past. So that's an hour.
Yeah, I
and 10
need
minutes.
to make I was thinking about making Creolian chicken salad, but it seems like I won't be able to have time for that. So I'm just gonna make myself.
Yes, you will.
sandwich. No.
Just hurry up. Just hurry up, man.
You cannot hurry, genius, and definitely not hurry, an idiot.
Which one are you?
That's. I still haven't figured that one out. I'll call you
Don't
when I
strain
do.
yourself.
Careful, you might pop a vessel.
Why am I bleeding out of my nose?
If you don't know, we're not going to tell you.
But it's because you're a shonen anime protagonist who stumbled on a necky situation.
No. When I look at boobs, I look at boobs, and I get this completely blank expression on my face.
Oh, I see, because you don't have enough blood to go to the head.
Yes.
Well, depends on which one.
Indeed.
But one head gets blood, the other one is a bit.
That's
left
right.
out.
Men may have two heads, but only enough blood for one at a time.
Impure thoughts only happen in one brain at a time.
Wow, then you're weak, bro. Then you're weak.
One brain for fighting communism and one for spreading capitalism. Wait, what?
I mean, that's the same brain.
Indeed. All right, that is all from us for now. So hopefully we will see as many of you as possible in an hour and 10 minutes, either on Twitch or Disco's channel. Other than that, we will see you hopefully sometime during the next week when I bully Trim into doing some art streaming. Other than that, check out all the shit that Disco's going to be on for the rest of the week that doesn't involve us. And we will be back same time, same place for the Sultans again next week.
Shadilay, everyone.
Shadilay, folks.
Bye.
Shadilay.